Right, so we'll start the meeting this morning at 9 o'clock. And welcome everybody to the meeting as submitters and those that are submitting via Zoom, and also those in the general public that are joining us today via the live stream. Welcome to everybody, and to staff and councillors, members of the community. Just a couple of things before we start. If everybody can ensure that their phones are on off space, myself included, do not disturb. And my apologies too also for the temperature in the room. The air conditioning has broken down. This time of year to get parts is near impossible, let alone somebody having the time to fix it. So unfortunately it will be a little bit hot, but we're sort of doing everything we can to regulate. So my apologies for any discomfort there. Just regarding the submitters, when you speak, there's 5 minutes allocated for your submission. So please ensure that rather than repeat what you've put in your submission, that you speak to it, because we have read the submissions already. So, and for councillors, we need to take advantage of time to ask questions and get any clarification that's needed as once the submitters have spoken. So without that, without any further delay, we will get the meeting proceeding. And I'll open with the karakia. Kia hora, te marino, kia whakapapa, ka namu te moana. E hurahei, ngā tātou, e te rangi nei, araha atu, araha mai, tātou ie, tātou katoa, hui whakere. And apologies, we have Councillor Gillette. I'm picking, we will certainly have Whakahiri Madgewick and Tumahui as apologies. And the rest we will just...
Riley is
all here.
Excuse me, Councillor Burden's online.
yeah.
Okay, so we have Councillor Burden online. And we will... Is he? Okay, so we have Whakahiri Madgewick here. We will just see if Councillor Manera arrives, and Stephen, didn't we, and Councillor Phelps. Yeah, we'll just hold off, acknowledge those if they aren't here by a certain time. The resolution is that the apologies, as noted, be received and accepted. Do I move for a seconder, please? Councillor Neal, thank you very much. Councillor Beard, thank you very much. All in favour? Carried, thank you. Declarations of interest. There were no changes to the interest register noted, so please, as always, ensure that that is kept up to date. Next on the agenda, we have staff reports. The proposed draft Responsible Freedom Camping Bylaw 2024, hearing, deliberations and decisions report. Alicia, our Asset Strategy and Development Manager, to speak this item. Alicia, welcome.
Through the chair, I would just like to present our food campaign report. So as you have instructed, we've gone out for a 1 month consultation under the LGA, and here we have the list.
Does anybody have any questions for Alicia before we start? No questions? Thanks, Alicia. So can I have a resolution on the table, please? Move seconded that Council firstly receive the report. Number 2, Council hear and review and receive the written and verbal submissions. And thirdly, that Council deliberates on the submissions on the draft Responsible Freedom Camping Bylaw 2024 in the open part of the meeting. Move for seconded, please. Councillor Neal, Councillor Beard, thank you very much. In favour? Carried, thank you. Right, so now we will get into the submissions and the presenters, and welcome you all to your presentation. I know it's a really contentious issue in some areas. Some people welcome it, some people despise it. We've all been there, we've all managed it in different ways. It's something that's not going away, and it's how we manage it going forward that works for all the communities. That's what's important here. So, interesting amount of submissions that came through. Many were mixed as far as I said, some support, some don't. and the reasoning behind it. Very valid on the economic benefit of these tourists, but that's something we can't quantify. But it's not so much that's the impact on the communities, it's what's left behind, and we fully appreciate that, how we manage that going forward. So first off with the submissions, Kara's not here. I'm wondering whether... Okay, we'll group back. All right, so as we've got the Wataroa Community Association here, Eddie, are you speaking on behalf of the association?
Well, I'm hearing my brother's dead because he was arranged for the earlier meeting that got changed, so.
Yeah.
We have to boycott it, but also Sonia.
Yeah, Sonia's second to you for the Matamui Creek Limited, yep.
Well, no, I'm doing it.
You're doing it combined?
Combined,
Yeah, yeah, well, she thought maybe she wouldn't be able to get it, so that's why.
Right, okay, all
We've got
right.
two speakers.
Two speakers, that's right, there's two positions there anyway, so if you guys want to, if you're wanting to come up and speak.
Yeah, we can start. We don't have to stand up, do we?
That would be nice.
Oh, okay.
I'll do this by myself.
You can't throw her under the bus, can you?
Yeah, you don't throw me under the bus. Okay, so I'm going to just start with the Wataroa and where the camping site is. So we've got the Wataroa River and the Waitangi River. As you come in, there's a Wataroa River, and as you go down the flat road all the way to the end, you get through a farm and you go to basically a gravel extraction area. And a lot of campers just park in that big area there. There is actually a map down there which is not so well spotted, but I'll tell you about that in a minute. But there's a drive through the gravel piles, and there's a very small area where you can camp. But most camper vans, when they come in, they won't even know that that's the only place they can camp. There's a big area there where they probably will camp as well. So I'm talking about the signage. My thing is about signage. So when you walk in, there are signs which there's small signs, but the one with the map, and I don't know whether you have an access. Do you have a record of the map of the Wataroa down the Wataroa River, Gorge Road? You have access to that on the council website. You don't. So as you drive in, there's the big gravel extraction area, and it's way over on the left, and it's turned around on a bit of a spot with gorse. The actual one about the flooding risk in Wataroa down there, you've got to go 60 metres and around the corner, and there's an overgrowth area, and there's a very small sign which talks about flooding. So I just say is that the signs down there actually need to be brought all the way to the front and put down all together with all the risks and everything, because at the moment, people may not even see the risk of flooding and not to drive onto the actual riverbed. So that's my biggest thing to come out from this meeting, that those signs should all be put into the front area. One of the largest signs down there is from the garage, because people get stuck down there. And at one stage there was a car on the riverbed, and the water was up the sides of the car, and Ian Phelps from the garage had to come down, and he had to pull them out before they floated down the river. So that is my other issue with the whole area. There's also a gravel extraction area, so it's a commercial area. So there are many different issues with the Wataroa area down there. Yeah.
So you've all read the submission from the Wataroa Community Association? No, I haven't yet. So basically, the community supports the exclusion area, you know,
In the township.
in the township, but they want to employ a local person as an enforcement officer, which was last year they were employed, right? So that's the guts of it. Employ a local enforcement officer, and the rubbish, to improve that rubbish collection. So the rubbish builds up. There's a rubbish bin opposite the store or around the toilet area in Wataroa. And in the tourist season, it overflows. I mean, simple, isn't it? So that's it, pretty much.
Thank you for that. Just as a heads up with that, the funding that we received from the government in the past for freedom camping management in other areas around the country is gone. We no longer have that, and that's what was used to employ people to go out and monitor and
What about the tourism levy, then? international tourism,
We
really.
haven't seen that yet. We don't know how that's going to come back and when it's going to come back, and if it's actually going to come back. We've been told it's on the target, but until we know that, yeah, we can't bank on that being covered. So unfortunately, the funds that we had to manage it, as we've had over the past few years, are no longer there. So if we do put people on the ground to manage it, it's going to impact the ratepayers. So that's something we've got to be very mindful of, is how we manage this. And then, look, it's a problem because it's the tourism industry, which is great for everywhere, but it's the communities that are left to carry the can and clean up the mess and everything else, and we're well aware of that. And Sonia, I hear what you're saying on that Wairoa River, because I know one of the declarations I did, I think it was last year's one, that was one of the things I wanted surety from the communities, that everybody was out of those areas. And we, could account for everybody that had been freedom camping in those areas. I mean, it's also down the Waitangi by the lock gate, they can accumulate there as well. So that is a concern, and then that signage one's probably, it makes a lot of sense to move them around and have them at the forefront.
Yes, because they're in 3 different places and you won't all see them.
And they're small.
Yeah, but also, and Anthony submission, our submission, that was talking about, would West Ropes be able to help us in that area because of the overgrowth and of all the, just sort it out really.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they're down there anyway and they're getting grabbed over the river.
Okay. So you're saying that you support it down there, but you'd like it to be improved so it's a safer environment?
Absolutely improved, absolutely, yeah. And the there is always a problem with the rubbish.
Yeah.
And also, if people are meant to be, if the river's coming up, who goes down there? If there's no paid person, who is it civil defence people? Do they have to go down there every night when there's a bit of rain? It's a tricky one.
It is.
There's a risk of a site like that.
It
If
is.
it's a known risk,
And
is it really
unfortunately,
worth
we've got
having
a lot
one
of
there?
sites like that, because we had been at Paringa, went down and ensured, they evacuated at 2 o'clock in the morning from the campsite down by the Paringa River.
Right.
You know,
Who does that? Like,
he did. Yeah. So, that's the problem with lot.
years ago, farmers would take their tractors and help people get out of sticky situations, didn't they? Because farmers were great. But now, there's too many people, too many campers, and farmers are too busy. So, that's the way, isn't it, Penny?
Yeah.
That's what we used to do. Yeah.
Yeah. So has anybody got any further questions for Paddy or Sonia?
Probably just acknowledging your comment, Patty, around the IVL being a great source of money to fund things like this. It obviously isn't currently, but it's definitely a nail on the head there. Central government can legislate to make us have to do things like this, then they need to come to the party, especially in hotspots like Westland and South Westland.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Alicia, if you got anything from that, knowing what the bylaws are looking like, is there anything from that we can, there's certainly things that we can improve in these places if the community accept them as being a preferred option, isn't there?
So we can't really do what the Wairoa community asks through the bylaw. We can certainly address their concerns outside of the bylaw, and I went and met with the community and talked through all of their concerns on one evening. So yeah, we've got like a list of those sort of concerns we can address outside of the bylaw.
Just to add one thing, in this map here, people are camping exactly where it says on the map, there's no camping. So what happens then? There's a huge area, I can show you I took photos last night, and by the way, the river was bank to bank around water.
Yeah.
But they're camping in all that area where they're not used to camping.
Who enforces that?
Yeah, that's the problem we've got. That's the problem we've got now, not having it funding from the government to manage it. Yeah. But rest assured, we certainly are pushing for that and holding the government accountable for that, because the consequences shouldn't be sitting on the ratepayers' shoulders for managing these situations. So if there's no further questions for Paddy or Sonia, we'll move on to the next speaker, who thankfully is here, being that we're running ahead of time. Les, would you like to come up and speak, please?
How you doing?
The floor's yours.
Oh, mine's too big to read. I'm just here to say that I just don't want the mistakes that you made last time repeated from 2019, because I was in this room 2019 and it was a nightmare. You know, we had people in tears about what was being proposed, and the council, unfortunately, due to you got your arm up your back from the government, were unable to do or to help the ratepayers in what they were suggesting. And here we have another dialogue, which, as Councillor Burden pointed out last time, has taken us backwards 5 years later. We've had 5 years as a council and as ratepayers to get on top of it. We've got a government which is creating free holidays. What other country creates free holidays? It's ridiculous. You're getting no help. I appreciate that. We're getting no help. And they're all getting everything. And to be honest, it's a crock of shit. To be honest. You know, I fully appreciate all the problems you've got. And as I wrote in my submission, why is there camping down in the UNESCO site? You've only got to look elsewhere around the world. It's just so monitored. And here we are, UNESCO World Heritage Site. Come and help yourself, hey, do what you want. It's wrong. And it's not your fault, it's the government's fault. They're the ones, in 2010, thought that the Rugby World Cup was going to save the country. And it didn't. Nothing saved the country. And now we're giving money away. We're not policing tourists like everybody else. We're giving them a free ride. And I have to pay. I can't afford to go on holiday because I'm a pensioner. I have to pay for somebody else to come here and have a free holiday. You know, you read my submission. I know it's all out of scope. I know I put a lot in there, but they're all the things I found just as a random member of the public. And you know, deep down, because a lot of you know, a lot of what I wrote is pretty close to the truth. And it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And if we are going to go backwards, you're just going to get a whole heap in the press. And I'll be one of the first to write it, unfortunately. And I can say it's in my submission and I spoke. And it's wrong. It's really wrong for everybody. It's a wonderful place out here. We're the guardians of it. Me, you, everybody in this room, we're all guardians of this. And yet we're letting it be turned into a shitty. Sorry to say. But it's wrong. You know, it's just frustratingly wrong. You've got to stand up to these people. Can't acquiesce to a camping society of only 100,000 members, but 5 million ratepayers have to pay for them to have a free holiday. Why? Yeah, I'm almost in tears with it. I'm that upset. Yeah, I moved to this region because it's wonderful. And then I find we have to pay for people to come here and ruin it. It's wrong. There should be no camping down there, in any case. I can understand Paringa and a couple of other places, but the rest of it, come on. You're going against UNESCO. Nobody else does it. Do they?
No, you're very correct there, and it is.
I'm sorry about the language.
No, that's fine, Liz, because you are passionate about it and we are well aware of that. And we can never blame anybody for being passionate about protecting what we have. And you're right regarding the World Heritage Area. It is something that we've had World Heritage versus tourism. No argument, tourism wins. Well, it doesn't, and it shouldn't, because we'll get to a point where the area's been degraded to an extent where we can't recoup what we've lost. So, and that's really what's on the cards. Reputation within which is why.
So we're not allowed to mine it. Why should we have holiday makers ruining it? We can't mine it, which that's unfortunate, but it's there not to be mined. It's there to be enjoyed. It is history. It's a living history. We can't mine it. We can't use it. Apart from looking at it, the tourists can come in here and do what they want with it. I can't. I'm a ratepayer. I'm not allowed. But some half-wit from wherever can just roll up with a caravan and do what they want. It's all wrong. The government's to blame. It's not you. It's nobody in this room is to blame. It's the government's to blame.
And unfortunately, we started that pattern a long time ago by welcoming everybody without thinking about consequences.
I mean, we can't all sit here and say, oh, you've got a green sticker, off you go. I've seen green stickers in vehicles already. And then you can see they're fake. I can print one off. I've got one on my phone already. Fake. You can get them for 2 people in the van, 4 people in the van, 6 people in the van. Let's get them off online, put them through a green machine, stick it in the back of the van, you're off. It's wrong, honestly.
It is. And unfortunately too, with the change in government and then the retraction of the funding to support management of freedom camping, it's left us, we should have known this we're coming up to the season and we've got rope pulled out from under our feet, which doesn't help either. So it's a matter of what we do here to get ourselves through with the bylaw and structure it and back ourselves with it. And don't be intimidated by the entities that threaten with court cases, etc.
I mean, I understand and I know mine was out of scope, but when I look through, a whole heap of people are out of scope because they're all writing from the heart. You know, being in scope, it went past that. People are writing from the heart now. You know, they're not just writing from the heart about Westwood and what it means to them. You know, and what their region means and what it should mean to people in this room. You know, we can't keep bending over to this camping group. It's wrong. If they're not willing to pay, they're not welcome.
You're quite right, because I mean, you have to pay anywhere else in the world, so
Yes.
except for here.
Of course you do.
Right, questions? For Liz, anybody please?
Are you going, Paul?
No, let's go.
Great submission, very well researched. You note towards the end, Hokitika has 6 holiday parks and a Kiwi campground within 4.8 k's radius of Wells Street. My anecdotal research, when I was doing my own research on this lovely topic, we have 7 dock campgrounds in our district. We have 2 NZMCA proper sites and at best guess 9 POP or parking, whatever they're called, NZMCA sites as well. And that's without even knowing to the commercial ones you've done, and there's a swag of those further south as well. I guess at what point do we decide we have more than enough already on the market? But yeah, well raised.
I mean, I just drove from home. I've got one to Cogans Road because I live in Cogans Road. I thought, hold on, that's within 5k of town. Then I drove through town and just drove 4.8k out to the other one and counted them up and thinking, hold on. And then we want to let them camp for free on the bloody beachfront. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They've got to pay. People's bloody businesses at risk here. I stood here 5 years ago and there was a girl from Kumara in tears about this, in tears. Now luckily her business has survived. She was in tears about this, and so were the people down at Ross. And you know, they've invested huge down there, haven't they? And yet you can freedom camp at the bottom of Beach Road. You know, you could spit into their campsite and a freedom camp could be next door through the streets. It's all wrong. Don't get me started about the cemeteries.
No.
No, cemeteries.
It's,
Yeah, that's all wrong, that one. That's it. I'm just from the heart, you know me. I don't mean anybody any harm when I write letters, but I just talk from the heart, eh? That's what it is.
absolutely. No, I appreciate that. It was a well-researched submission, as Councillor Casson said, and it is something we've got to be very mindful of as well. What are we trying to achieve with the bylaw? What is it for? What are we trying to protect or ensure doesn't happen?
We're protecting everybody, and everything. Somebody's got to stand up. One council's got to stand up and make a stand. You know, nobody else seems to care, do they? They don't have our problems.
Well, I don't know whether it's the fact that they don't care. It's, I know for some that it's certainly the tourism trade versus the impact. But then for some, they are weighted down by the challenges that if they do go against that, this, you know, suddenly you get jumped on by a lot of entities, and that can be quite intimidating. Whereas if we became a voice out there to say enough's enough collectively, it may make a difference. But the government's certainly got to come to the table sooner than later with this, and even with what they're proposing for next year, saying that those tickets can't be replicated or anything else. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not confident because we've got too many clever cookies out there that are 10 steps ahead of them already. So I'm not looking at that as being the answer to our problems.
And I remember I came out of Queenstown and drove up the Crown Range to the very top. And what did we find when we got to the top? Wasn't it? Juicy man, big line of laundry. Yeah. In the Crown Range car park, right at the top where you get the view. They were there, I rang the council and said, the freedom camp bit all outside our boundary, we can't do anything. But you couldn't take a picture and enjoy the view because there was somebody's undies hanging up on the line. I mean, I don't mind at the bra fence, that's funny, but when it's somebody's skanky undies and everything else on the duty band, it's not so funny. And the council saw him come anything outside of the outside of the remit, and it was just shocking to see. And you know what it's like around here. But anyway, that's me.
I appreciate that. It is very much so. Good submission.
Right.
Always good when you speak from the heart.
All right, see you later on.
Thank you very much. Elliot's not here. Yes, he is. Sorry, Elliot, you are too. Sorry, I didn't see you come in. Elliot, would you like to come forward and present, please? Elliot's from the Orange Sheep Campervan Park and Friends Joseph.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to meet you. I moved here from Christchurch last year. Quickly fell in love with the community, the town, and the lifestyle that offers over here. I'd just like to outline a couple of concerns that I have with the proposed bylaw. Firstly, enforcement. The statement of proposal asserts that regulations must be balanced with the corresponding expectation of enforcement from the community, which is a sound principle. However, without effective enforcement, regulation becomes meaningless. The proposal outlines various options for enforcement, but it's clear that the only practical solution would be to hire additional council staff dedicated to this task. If one's to be both effective and cost recoverable, they must be issued consistently and within a short time frame each day at each site. For example, an enforcement officer would need to be present at all or most restricted sites as late as 10 PM to ensure freedom campers are compliant, and as early as 7 AM to ensure they vacate the area. Any approach that relies on inconsistent enforcement will only produce inconsistent results and fail to address the underlying issues. Inconsistent enforcement undermines the very integrity of this bylaw, rendering it ineffective. If the bylaw is to succeed, it must be backed by a robust, consistent enforcement strategy. Anything less will undermine the entire purpose of the regulation, be a waste of public resources. Secondly, Franz Joseph. The restriction of Franz Joseph car park demonstrates that the council acknowledges it's an area that needs control and enforcement. I disagree, however, on its classification as restricted, as there will be health and safety impacts on those in the area. It is an entirely inappropriate location for this activity due to the proximity to the heliport. Also, I have serious concerns that it will encourage the dangerous and criminal behaviour I already contend with freedom campers currently due to its proximity to my campground. On a near daily basis, I am forced to ask freedom campers to leave my property and cease using my facilities without payment. Allowing more freedom campers in this area will only escalate these issues and make it more difficult to distinguish between legitimate guests and trespassers. An increase in freedom camping within walking distance of me directly places me in an untenable position, forcing me to manage the security of my site and address situations where freedom campers are using my facilities without permission. I have limited resources to monitor this. One incident in the last year involved a group of 9. I had 9 people. I found them in my bathrooms taking a shower. When confronted, they became aggressive and abusive. Just last week, I received a Google review recommending that people just walk in and use my facilities and walk out again. This is the kind of people I deal with. Every night, when I leave my office, I walk out onto the street. Quite often, they'll be parked 20 metres either side of my campground waiting for me to leave. It's just disgusting, and it's stressful. It's really stressful. It has an impact on my personal mental health for sure. And yeah, it's a constant barrage, and the added pressure of allowing people within walking distance of me, it's just going to be unbearable. Lastly, I know this is outside of the scope, but impact on local businesses has not been adequately considered. The bylaw fails to address the significant economic and social challenges posed by freedom camping, including pressures it places on local businesses and communities. Campgrounds are vital to the community, providing local employment, fostering positive connections between residents and visitors, and ensuring that environmental standards are upheld. It's unfair and misleading for the council to expect campgrounds to adhere to strict standards, invest in their operations, and pay for the privilege, while allowing freedom camping in areas that are not held to the same standards. This approach undermines the sustainability of local businesses and communities. The council must consider these serious and very real impacts on local businesses when finalising this bylaw. It's not enough to simply formalise camping areas without addressing very real problems that will cause for those of us who run businesses in these spaces.
Oh, look, thank you for coming up and presenting. I really appreciate it. And I've been advised by both the community that the issues you've been going through.
this, and, yeah, we've got a point to do that. So questions, please, around that?
Thank you, Elliot, for coming up and presenting that. It's clearly useful.
Just clarification, your parent, whereabouts is your parent?
It's on Front Street, it's about 2 minutes walk from Isaac.
Opposite the dock, I think.
Thanks, Elliot, very much for that. Greatly appreciated. Yes. Right, so Bruce, Joyce or Bruce, Bruce is here. Bruce, if you'd like to come forward, please.
Good morning, Croaky Croak. I've got a residual croak from a cold. I've still got the cold, but typically after my grandson's giving me a cold, this week I'm croaking like this. So I'll try and keep my comments to a minimum. Thank you very much for the opportunity to add to our submission. Chloe is also, she's had a recent medical procedure, which means that she can hardly even get up a lift, so she's not here and sends her apologies. But we do thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. And our submission is mainly about South Spit, which is a very important area to us. It's one that we've used for 45 or I found out the other day 50 years, much of which we've been living there, and we've got 2 houses with our family and ourselves in there. But this submission affects some of our neighbours as well. The other thing about South Spit, of course, is it's really the only practical access to the beach for people with vehicles in and around Hokitika. It's only 3 kilometres from where we are at the moment, and I don't know if there's anywhere practical you can get a vehicle onto the beach north of here and you get quite a way north. So it's increasingly important for public access out at South Spit, not just for the people that live there and are in the subdivisions that are occurring on the south side of the river, but there's a lot of people from Hokitika go there as well. And we submitted on the 2018 bylaw, and I think I included a copy of that in our submission, because many of the arguments still, are still there, even though we're now dealing with different law. But at that time, we've been getting an increasing number of, this is pre-COVID of course, we've been getting an increasing number of camper vans and overnight stays there. Even before the bylaw, the council had seen it was a problem and given us a sign, put up, and we saw people, camping there. We've gone up, we've just gone and advised them of a really nice campgrounds nearby, Lake Mahinapua, or the golf links, the Links View campground just down the road, and most people were happy with that. They were just looking for a place to stay. Money wasn't the issue. I just wanted for a place to stay overnight. So when the bylaw itself got introduced, it was a great relief to us. The sign, a sign for the bylaw put up immediately, and there's been very few problems since. It's worked very well, and we're not sure that there's ever been an active visit from a compliance officer out there. There have been occasions when we've seen people obviously intending to camp. But again, we just speak to them and advise them that we've seen sites nearby, and make them happy to comply. So I would say there's well over 95% compliance there without any formal compliance officer visits, which may be completely different to the sort of situation you get at Franz, or you might get at South Spit. So anyway, the South Spit is a prohibited area under the existing bylaw, and we wanted to make sure that it remains a prohibited area under the new bylaw. And it's not immediately clear from the maps, which are indicative about public submissions, all the wording. And I've had discussion with both Peter Oliver about the maps and Alicia, and we understand that it is intended that South Spit be a prohibited area. And so that's great. We would just like to see that, if possible, clarified in the bylaw. And we do have a suggestion here that we noticed that the maps that the regional council or combined council is using for the one district plan are very precise. You know, you can blow them up and get down to section boundaries, but you can also view them at the same scale as the maps and the bylaw. So we're just suggesting that they can be considered as a base for the mapping, and that would take any that would reduce the room for misinterpretation about where what other areas, restricted areas, might be. We included the photographs that we submitted in 2018 as well, and obviously got a little out of date. And I had planned to have some photographs, some current photographs for today, but I was advised that I couldn't show them. But essentially the points were made in the photographs that we did submit. And our main point, I suppose, is that the issue at South Spit is actually one of public access, not just for locals, but also for visitors. If you allow camping there, then it restricts public access to locals, and you can have up to 15 or 20, local cars and trucks with trailers on them for quads and things like that there. Locals tend to sort themselves out. When you get a camper van coming in, particularly a big one, that's when you get problems. The area is very narrow and restricted, and you can see how easily problems will occur. So the locals tend to sort them out. But it is also an important area for visitors, because you've just got the Links View campground very handy. All these campgrounds around Otago, including the association's campground is on the south side of the river. Now, at the moment, those people can go to South Spit in the evening and watch the sunset and so on, and they can get there. But if that area was able to have 3 campers, of course, it would be chopped up, as it used to be before the bylaw, the previous bylaws at times, with campgrounds. And so not only the locals might get down there, but the people that are paying all the other, the costs associated with the commercial campground can't get down there as well. So anyway, all this just reinforces, I think, the wisdom of having a prohibited area there under the old bylaw and also under the proposed bylaw. And we actually think those sort of arguments apply to the Sunset Point as well, and along the front of the beachfront. Those are prime areas. If you could charge for them, you'd be getting a premium dollar, but you're not allowed to charge for them. So instead, you're going to have public access in those areas excluded. So if you've got 7 camper vans parked there, that particular area is no longer available for locals and for other visitors. And it's going to be at the prime time of the day. It seems to me you don't have to make a commercial argument about not having it there, it's just a public access argument. If you go down there at night, and we come across from the other side sometimes, and walk down to Sunset Point from World Lane, it's just fantastic. You can have hundreds of people down there. All of a sudden, there's going to be effectively a motor camp with compliance costs and all that sort of thing right in the middle of that spot, or at the beachfront. So we would suggest, in fact, that's why we're suggesting here, that in fact that should be added in as a prohibited area. And I know the argument is that, there's got to be some areas allowed, but there are areas around. People can go and camp on a side of council road anywhere. It may not be attractive, but so what? They need a nice accommodation and somewhere to stay. There are plenty of places outside the prohibited areas to stay. So we would argue, even though it's not our prime interest in South Spit, that you should be looking hard at whether you have any restricted area at all allowed on the Sunset Point. We've made a few and in the staff comment, on our submission, it's mentioned that South Spit is a sort of sensitive, area environmentally, and it is, and you'll see the photographs there of the penguin tracks going right up the middle of the track onto the beach, there's wekas and things there which people enjoy, and if there was camping there, that was just, a great thing. But we still think the main reason, all three reasons that you can have prohibited areas or restrict camping, apply there. Public access has been through. There's the environmental side of things, which is protecting local body areas, and the third reason is safety. And you'll see in one of those photographs, waves actually coming over the top into the car park. That happens several times a year. And not only that, with a very tight area, there's problems with turning, and it's just literally unsafe. But the main issue there is public access. Just making another comment on the bylaw generally. You'll see that we have discussion there, and I guess they're technical points, because we understand that the bylaw is based on a model provided by local government, but we do think that it's very difficult to read and understand and find the links between the sort of general provisions and the schedules, and we indicate where those problems are, and we suggest that council try and address that wording, and maybe you'll be able to sell the intellectual property to the local government association. Wording right, but it's not all that clear, which is why we're really re-emphasising the points we're making about South Spit in particular. And the other thing as well is provision for temporary closures by resolution of council and advertising signage. At the moment, there's no provision for what would be a permanent closure. Now, which means that you've either got to revise the whole bylaw, or you've got to wait for the next 5 years to come up and sort it out then. So let's say, for example, situation changes because of coastal erosion or because of it just turns out you do it out camping down here and it turns out to be a nightmare, and you want to restrict that, then you've got to either have to change the bylaw, the existing bylaw, you'd have to change the bylaw, or what we're suggesting is that you actually have temporary or permanent closures in there so that you can, it's going to be obviously a problem for the remainder of the 5 years, and you can deal with that by just making a resolution to the council and or advertising it publicly, making it a resolution in council, and those are all the costs you've got. Whereas I guess it's going to cost tens of thousands possibly for revision of the bylaw.
Bruce, we're
So
times,
yeah.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Have you covered off, is there anything in particular that you still
I think that covers all my points, thank you.
Thank you for that. So questions for Bruce, please. Points of clarification.
Yeah, just on that temporary closure, Bruce, have you looked into that in terms of going into the final?
Well, I haven't looked at it from a lawyer's point of view because I'm not a lawyer, but at the moment there's a temporary closure provided for in the draft bylaw. I'm just suggesting we wouldn't take much to make that temporary or permanent.
Thank you. Thank you.
My understanding is that will be challenged legally by organisations. Couple times already for that. That's not a great idea though.
It's every little access point to the beach is actually relevant in these submissions. I mean, it's also down by towards Mahinaka Pub. Yeah, that access way down there too, which I obviously can, it's parked in
So that's why we think the, the 20-metre provision for council land on the coast, and lakes, the rivers as well, would actually be very useful. And you'll see that we've suggested making it 50 metres. And I'll just give you an example of why that would be useful. If you take the road around Lake Canary, for example, it would deal with that issue, because it's arguable in many places whether it's 20 metres from the lake shore or not. Which if you made it 50 metres, it'd be far clearer. And I think the same applies, the same applies here. We deal with an awful lot of issues. Jackson Bay is another one, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the dotted all the way down the coast there, Bruce.
Yeah.
It's one of our draw cards, isn't it? But it's also one of our downfalls, is that people want to go wherever they can to sleep near the lake or near the sea.
It's a draw card for those people that are doing that, but it's actually, it actually upsets people who are not doing that, who go to enjoy it for nature. All of a sudden they go down the end and there's, I don't think the issue in the end is about rubbish, it's about, you don't get much rubbish down our area, but we clean up what is there. Some areas it's obviously referred by the Orange side, it is rubbish. But generally public access to our prime area. We go down there and watch the sunset on a motor camp.
Thank you very much for that, Bruce. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Right, so Mel, KS Destination Westland, Casey Country Heliport. Thanks, Mel.
Kia ora koutou, your worship, councillors. Firstly, I do not envy council in this situation. Destination Westland does not have a for or against in bylaw, and what it stands, it's nearly in the proposed site down at Friends Heliport. And also huge thanks, Alicia, for meeting with me and discussing through how to guide your hands work at different locations. I left that meeting trying to go through exactly the same process that obviously the staff here did to find an alternative, including a piece of land that we have, unfortunately, access to that piece of land, and the erosion that we have down in Friends makes it not suitable. Per the submission, our biggest concern is actually safety to heliport operations. And I note the staff comments about working together on that. But the main thing is we need to ensure that there is very strong controls in place so that we do not see an increase in the risk we currently have. Also, as noted, we had investigated actually wanting to close that area off because we're seeing an increase. And animal waste bins. Yes, majority of people are very good at disposing of their waste, but all it takes is a sandwich in the bush and you have increase in bird activity, and we know birds and Rotary operations do not go together. I think everyone knows where we stand with the safety side of that, and working together on enforcing the vacating of the area prior to operations start, including the quad bikes, not just the Rotary operations down there. So we need to ensure that it's vacated prior to that 7 AM. Per our AIP, our operating hours are 7 AM to 10 in the evening. So that's when we could have operations, and also ensuring the enforcement that there is no blockage to the Medivac helipad as well. So it comes down to enforcement.
Thanks, Mel, for that, because it is a really serious concern, because as you say, we've got the Medivac area, but it's also the rubbish aspect of bird life that it brings in, which is significant, and it's a high risk area.
And rubbish that with the wind created by Rotary operations, it can fly up, so it needs to be ensured that there's none lying in the bush areas and things like that that can actually go airside. And on top of that, there's the potential increase in drone activity. Those that are sold in New Zealand in a geofence, no problem, they can't actually get up. It's the ones that come in from overseas as well, which are not geo-fenced. And it's a beautiful area on a beautiful day, and people do want to put drones up.
It's down the other way, there's indeed drones up and 3 helicopters there too. It takes a serious action to avoid. So, yeah, it's a big picture for France as far as what's involved with this. I did see a point that, that car park was close to the toilet facilities up through the bush. But I know what freedom keepers are like. They won't walk up there, they'll just use the bush around them, and that's not what they're either.
Self-contained, maybe, but, if we've got self-contained vehicles down there, they're using their own facilities would be better. But again, it comes down to enforcement.
And again, for some reason why they can't come and stay in actual campground.
If you've got the orange sheet for
So
some,
self-contained camper vans often don't want to use their own onboard facilities anyway.
Yes.
And I believe that certain rental companies actually offer them discounted rebates, yeah.
Yes, and that's been pushed to the government for quite some time, quite fiercely, and I'm not sure what's happened there, but they've seemed to put the brakes on addressing that, which is a serious concern, because it's just ludicrous to think that you can get a $50 rebate off the cost of the camper van if they've got it hired for 7 days, just because they don't use the toilet, but they use our bush. It's not on, so, yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mel, because it is an area of grave concern around that heliport. Yeah, it's high risk, so we've got to look at that.
Now, 2 questions. Can you confirm it's the busiest heliport in the southern hemisphere? Because we hear and read that everywhere.
Yeah, so BC, because I don't say the other word, it definitely was. At the moment, Wanaka's probably giving us a run for our money. But that's not because we're not having the visitors come through, it's more weather, because obviously when the cloud cover's down, but it is getting back up to where it was, yeah. That's why we were encouraged to become a qualifying Part 139 heliport, was because it was the busiest.
Do you think of any other heliport or airport anywhere around our country that may or may not have freedom camping sites within its operational area?
Not right on the, right next door to it like that. That being said, I haven't looked into it any further because I've looked at our region and what's best for our region and our pilots and our activities, and that's all I'm concerned about.
The gates you looked into, where is that got to, or where is that going?
Just the design and the pricing, but obviously this has come through, so there's no point going through and spending money to close off an area if the bylaw goes, that ends up being the site that is approved, and we managed to put enough enforcement and additional controls in place to bring that risk down. So it was just waiting. Yeah.
So, pending this afternoon's deliberations, that's still on the cards. Thank you.
All right, any further questions, please, clarification from Mel, please? Just before we, like in the past, what's sort of the average that Nikki's come across down there in that car park? Does she often come across?
It fluctuates, it really does. It does fluctuate. Obviously, for the last wee while, we've had, we've been right back to numbers coming through, but it depends, it really does depend.
Right, okay, thank you for that, Mel.
Yes, as I said, I don't envy the position that you are in, having to work with this, and whatever we can do, obviously you have a decision to make. Preference is ultimately not to have it in that site because of the risk, but understand that you are limited.
But on the same token, being limited is no reason to force something in an area that, in particular yours, which has a health and safety component to it, which is really significant. But the other side of that is that it comes down to distance to actually areas that are provided for them to use. So the days of freeloading and of provided facilities at no cost, I think, are gone. And it's time we'll talk about that in our deliberations, but it's a matter of how we benchmark that going forward.
Yeah.
Thanks, Phil, for that. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Rick, please, Ross representation.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, for those of you who don't know me, Rick Fennell. I'm a ratepayer down at Ross Beach Road, and as by my submission, you'll see that that's what I'm talking about. First thing is, I've lived in Ross for 46 years. We've owned the property down there since the late 1870s. Well, my family has, not me. All the way, well, my age. Yeah, so we agree, I agree with the bylaw prohibiting freedom camping in the town boundary of Ross. What I said in my submission is I'd like the council to seriously consider extending the prohibited area to include the old and the new cemetery. And by that I mean the one on the hill and the one that's just being developed down the bottom, and also Ross Beach Road and its berms. A couple of reasons for that. We put up with looking out our bedroom window to freedom campers hanging their undies out, and all the rest of it. I had one just the other night. It's one of these rooftop camper things that they flick up on the roof, camp up there. I went down and approached the guy, and he had a freedom camper sticker on the back of his bag, a green one. I said, oh, you've got a fixed toilet in here. Yeah, I've got a porta potty. He said, it's glued down with ADOS. He said, it's fixed. I said, yeah, well, I said, that's not right. I said, I guarantee you don't use it. Oh, I don't have to. And I said, well, you know, it's not really a good place to camp. He was blocking the track down to the beach. And, yeah, I just got told to go on my merry way, and I'm not going to confront anybody in that. Not being a big stropping person, so. So we're putting up with that all the time. And the other thing is, it's right on the boundary of the top 10 motor camp. And that causes a lot of consternations, not only with the people in the motor camp, because we have people, you talk to them on the beach and they go, well, I'm paying $60 a night to stay here, and these people are staying nothing, you know, and they're blocking my view. So, you know, so we just like council to really consider increasing the prohibited area. They've got a prohibited area down by the Token Brook. There's a little sign there that was put up in the 2018. It doesn't do anything. You hardly ever see it. But the area of the Wilderness Trail, which was developed by Totra Holdings or whatever it was, which I believe is now the council place. Well, we get a lot of people pulling there and park where the old rugby field used to be. Once again, I see them from our kitchen window. And the cemetery, we look straight up to the cemetery from our kitchen window, and we quite often go up there and ask people to move on. Yeah, 9 o'clock, like 9:30, we can see. It's getting the numbers, isn't it? Go from the cemetery. And we just get told, some people do, a lot of people don't, they just wait for you to go and they're still there in the morning. So mainly, that is why I put in my submission, so I just want to come and speak to it just to make sure we've got a who. And that's it. And the other one was the monitoring, and hey, I don't even use this. Like Mel said, yeah, it's a big issue because we're regular visitors to Cape Koroi. And I said it's a restricted area for self-contained vehicles only. Down there on Saturday morning, well, there's 2 self-contained and 4 unself-contained. Yeah, and they're still there at 11 o'clock in the morning. Because we go down there and take the dog for a walk, and you can't even get a car park some days. And the other thing is, to emphasise, I'm a farmer down there as well. I don't pull anybody off the beach anymore. They knock on my door and say they're stuck. I say, fuck, mate, see you later. We used to do it all the time, 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, sitting down to have your tea, you go do it. And I've been a volunteer fireman as well. Get enough time running out the door, you don't want to go.
People fall off their bikes and you help them out too.
Oh yeah, but that's a different story, mate. You went freedom camping then.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the only reason I wanted to speak, just to push and spoke to a lot of people in Ross. A lot of people are all in favour of the prohibited area. Yeah.
So when you talk about pulling the cars out, is that down to Cape Koroi?
No, at Ross.
At Ross.
Well, somebody's done that at Kekapaihai too, haven't they? They've been pulling out stuff.
Yeah, I think the here.
So as far as Ross goes, if say there was an exclusion to the 100K sign down by the cabin yards, sale yards, Chinese area, going back to the other side of Ross, was the road to the cemeteries.
Yeah, they want it to be.
Yeah. Is that going to push the Freedom Campers into the Totra area or down by the bridge on the south side?
Yeah, I think Macadamia's got a problem anyway. But, yeah, I think no matter what we do, it's going to push it anywhere, but yeah, we definitely want to see the prohibited area go down Beach Road. Yeah. Because even last year, with cell towers, they pull in there parking lot. Yeah, and we've got quite a bad erosion problem happening down there now. The car park's just gone at the end of the road. And it's really rough, which is another issue. I'm going to have something else about too. But, and also it's a blue penguin habitat. And, yeah, and the other thing we get sick of is Freedom Campers running in the ditches and making like and see quality change. Yeah, and then we're going to go out and do that as well. Or they have it in Tripwood. Don't worry about putting that out. Yeah, so yeah.
How big's the problem around the Chinese gardens and the rugby ground?
I think that's kind of back a little bit. I think there's a few locals go down there and move them on. Yeah, because yeah, it doesn't look nice. No, Chinese gardens look really good.
Well, they've got an area up like opposite the hotel, isn't it?
There's a pub up the top of the hill. Yeah, Mark Over property. And Mark Brown, at the pub, yeah, it used to be across the road, but there's some houses going up there on that corner now.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah, Beachfield took it some. But what Mark's got, he's got camping areas at pub, which are cheap. You know, cheap as chips. Like $10 you can stay there. And a camper bed. So, with that, so it's not really needed down there. Yeah.
And I guess the big thing is that we can't police the responsible Freedom Campers as a self-contained. And yeah, it's a really hard lend. I mean, we've got those that are responsible campers that travel in their self-contained camper vans, but others that rent camper vans and travel, and those that have no containment. But unfortunately, that lot contaminate that lot that are responsible. But it's just the way it is. We actually probably need them on board to back us so that they actually have the ability to go and camp how they would like to camp.
Yeah.
They are actually New Zealanders and they are responsible with the climate. But then again, I've actually found a lot of Kiwis parked up different roadways that are totally the opposite. They're certainly not being responsible campers. So,
a lot of Kiwis think it's their right.
Yes.
To be able to camp where they want to camp. But one of the things that, you know, I know signage is not cheap, but it's probably cheaper than employing somebody, some decent signs with a map saying this is a prohibited camping area. And, you know, 2 entrances to Ross and maybe one heading down towards the beach, I don't know, 3 signs, so that people are aware of what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. Because down our end of the beach, there's no signs. Only there's a little one down by the Totra Bridge. You know, so if there was a sign saying that this is a prohibited freedom camping area, well, that issue is, hey, read the sign. You know? Sorry, yeah, I don't even get it. If I can help in any way, let me know.
Appreciate that, Rick. Really do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for coming. Sorry, does anybody have anything further for Rick before we depart?
Around the cemetery stuff, Alicia, can you pass some comment as to why cemeteries aren't prohibited spaces?
So cemetery can't camp on reserve land under the Reserves Act. You can't camp on cemeteries or reserves under the Reserves Act. So we have policies that we ban cemeteries because you already can't camp on reserves and cemeteries are reserved.
The tourists won't know that.
Yeah. So
The tourists won't know any of that.
No.
Yeah, so we're back to that education and the signage as this.
They don't want educated.
Yeah, okay. So we need to look at that and sort of say, well, how do we make that more effective? Because Sonia, you're quite right, they don't know that.
Are any of these rules?
No, and just putting something on our website or anything else isn't going to cover it either, so we'll have to look at ways of, yeah, it's those sites that they go to for where they can go and park
Yeah,
up.
so we need to do a whole, like, I guess, advertising, call it, and campaign, and, yeah, through all the different methods of communication channels that we have. Yeah, and a bylaw is not easy to understand either, so we can't just write a bylaw and say, here, read this and figure it out for yourself. I understand that as well, so we need to look at, yeah, communication.
Yeah.
But an important point to make today that cemeteries, we haven't allowed cemeteries to be used as freedom camping sites. But we do need to communicate the fact that they're already prohibited under a separate piece of legislation.
Yeah. It's going to cost an absolute fortune to go around and put signs up. Yeah.
Could I ask, Helen, could I say something? All of this stuff, is that going to all the, people that rent all these, camper vans out? Do they know once the bylaws are done, they'll have a thing about West Coast bylaws? Will they be given that?
It's a good point, Sonia. There probably should be, because I don't know what their instruction is, and the fact that we've got some camper van businesses that do the $50 rebate if they don't use the toilet, and we've got others that have actually made pictures of the wee Portaloo, Camp Blue things, put them on a timber frame inside the back door so it looks like they've got a toilet. So I found some of those in Franz Joseph. So the fact that, you know, they're doing that, I don't know how much heed they would take to that, but it certainly is worth that, pursuing that avenue as one of our means of communicating up to them.
I dare say a camper van rental company's not going to 60 bylaws out.
No,
Unfortunately.
but key points or whatever, or a reference link to what we have here in Westland.
Yeah, but you'd like to think that they're going to suggest that or pass that on.
Yes.
But as a camper van company, I can't imagine, yeah.
We don't normally take questions from the floor, but, Louise, you want
It was
to?
about signage, that was all, just making the signage bigger, but they won't read the sign.
When you look at how many signs we're going to need, there's an awful lot. So where do we start and where do we
All
stop?
I was going to say was, thank you for the thing, it was basically that when you're driving out of Ross, you see the sign for Cemetery Ross, you see a tiny, tiny wee sign that's got a camper van in orange with a line to it.
Yeah.
And I fully appreciate the bylaws going to information, but I actually think it's absolutely sacrilegious that people dare camp in a cemetery. Yeah. And it's the fact that that gentleman just got up about just that people are doing it, you know, and you've got some good efforts to say to them move along, and they might not necessarily do that. I think it's bothered.
And they also camp here in the Seaview Cemetery, etc. as well. Yeah. Which shows the level of respect people have for anything in the environment. So,
You know, I know, speaking out of turn, when we lived in Southland, we had people banging on our door, can we camp in your garden?
Yeah. We even had a French piece of advice.
yeah.
Can we camp in your garden? It's outside, 2 miles away, RV park here.
Okay, so we're doing it as Ben and Brenda not there yet. Okay, they're not. Okay. All right. So, okay, so we'll move on to, we've got Carrie there and Richard. Carrie Lister is the chair of the Franz Joseph Community Council, and Richard and his wife Lorraine did the management of Freedom Camping in Franz Joseph and the near vicinities last year, the year before. Carrie, can you hear us?
Can indeed.
Good. Welcome to the meeting. Thank you guys for making yourselves available.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the Community Council side, there's possibly nothing new to add that hasn't already been mentioned today. Our concerns are around safety of the location, proposed location, helicopter operations. There's also fuel storage there, risk of increased drone use. From the environmental perspective, it's around litter, human waste, potential damage to site and vandalism, and also overcrowding. There is a real risk that we get more than 60, 70, 80 campers all turn up on one day, and who actually polices that? in general, we were just unable to find a ratepayer that was actually in favour of the proposed location. So submissions that came into you may differ from that, but certainly we weren't able to find anyone on the ground here who was for the location. So that's largely it from the Community Council side. Richard will have some bits to add, I'm sure.
Richard, do you want to speak?
Good morning all. Madam Mayor and company. I just have the background. We camped Police to Freedom camping for 3 years, 1 year prior to COVID, and that year we only got into it by accident because 93 vehicles parked in the gravel pit at Doherty's Creek, and 3 of them had toilets, and it was just it was a war zone. And so we reluctantly agreed to, after being approached, to do the freedom camping, and we did clean it up because as far as the general consensus is responsible campers camping, they go to campgrounds. Most of the people, we spoke to probably in thousands, because we used to go out at 6 o'clock or prior in each morning, 7 days a week for the 6 months. And horrendous sights of people, just antisocial behaviour, and particularly among the Chiba, one gentleman referred to the green stickers that are in now. Well, you can get them. People get them for nothing. You know, they're not really legal, a lot of them. And so it's just about the police. And by the way, I'm not looking for a job either, but it's just that it's a huge problem in this area. And as we speak, each day now, we see more and more of it. And it's just, I know your hands are tied with money and things like that, but there's got to be a way to police it, because they'll just, you know, there's thumbing their nose at us as far as the responsibility of it goes. I don't know what really the answer is, but you know, the elderly people in the back street that feel threatened by the car sitting outside, people walking up their drive and urinating. That was one problem we had to deal with last year. You know, things like that. It's the social aspect is terrible. And then, you know, the helipad's been well canvassed, but we had a huge number of issues down there with people camping. You know, I think I deleted. I may have the photo still, but I accosted one guy down there, and he was New Zealander, but he was that adamant that it was his right to be there. He come out in a brief pair of jocks, and he rode his bike up, chased me up the main street in his bike. I bailed out because I knew he promised it, you know, to a donkey, so I was out of there. But you know, those sorts of things that you know, and I wasn't being facetious or anything, but we do have this knowledge that it is a very, very big problem in this town. And we also, Paddy and Sonia spoke about the Wataroa Gorge area. Well, that was just a proper nightmare. The first year we did it, we policed that area, and it was just a debacle. It was a horrible problem, you know, with poo in the bushes and, you know, arguments about where they should go and shouldn't go, and far too many people there to the couple of portaloos that were there. I think you've got to be cruel to be kind, to be very honest. And it's unfortunate that the Motor Caravan Association is loaded with money and they oppose anything that's even considered responsible. It's very hard on councils who have limited resources. But even we had 2 areas here. We had most of the land, you know, the roads and all that. You know, that was our thing. But as soon as you went up the Glacier Road, above the bridge there, we went into dock land, and we couldn't police that. Now, dock have a couple of warranted people, but there was no will in dock to police it. You know, we used to text them, and sometimes they deal with it. Oh no, we're too busy, and so they were like decoys. They just encouraged other people to stop. So it was a catalyst effect, and so they just go from one to the other. The old dock car park from the old visitor centre Now, if I drive through early in the morning, there's people camped there, or one dock employee that lives in a dock house there told Lorraine the other day that she come out one morning and there was someone urinating on a fence. And, so we've got a problem. We've got to deal with it. I know money's how you deal with, the policing of it, but, and I'd be happy to help, set something up or whatever, but it would be a very bad idea to try and police the volunteers because, as I've said in my submission, there's some quite nasty incidents that arise. I've had dogs put on me and different things, and like I wouldn't expect, that it would be a situation we should put, sort of, well, we want to say it, meeker and milder sort of person on big and rough and gruff sort of thing, but it's a difficult one. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Richard, for that, because I know you and Lorraine were out on the road a lot, monitoring and managing, and your area was quite diverse, in fact, because you had down the south side of the Io River as well, right down towards the sea, because we know that campers have always traversed down there as well. Questions? What's clarification for Carrie and Richard? Anybody, please?
Can I just say one more thing? My question in there was, are those prohibited areas from the previous bylaw, is it proposed to keep them?
The previous areas?
So through the chair, so the law has changed, so we've had to, as you know, go through all of the council land and assess it against the law, what we can and what we can't do. So some of the prohibited areas are different, some of the new prohibited areas, but saying that, we've gone through all the prohibited areas and figured out what we can and what we can't.
Forgot to deliver this one for Chris, so it'll save me going back.
Riley, we can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, so Kay and I have gone through all of the prohibited areas that were in the old bylaw and where they've been included, where they've not been included. So some of them haven't been included, but again, it comes back to that 20 metre being close to the beach. Some of them are random roads, so we can't include random roads, prohibit random roads unless again we have the evidence base. But a lot of them are covered by the 20 metre distance between the sea or a lake that are included. So.
Yeah, my specific question is the main road from the Fox Hills to McDonald's Creek and the Doherty's Creek Road and the Waiho Flat Road, are they included?
No, so we haven't included any roads.
Well, I think you should.
Right, so we can take that into consideration with the deliberations and work that around the rules of what we can legally do and what we can't, Richard, but I hear your point there because they are areas that are an issue as well. And Alicia can guide us on what we can and can't do as far as legally with this, but we've certainly taken that on board, Richard. So you're basically saying it needs to be prohibited from the base of the Fox Hills back through to McDonald's Creek, basically.
That was the previous bylaw.
Yeah, okay.
Chair, could I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Alicia, the 20 metre rule, is that a legal thing that from a river you can't actually freedom camp within 20 metres?
So that's something I included in the bylaw, and I provided some evidence around the 3 criteria that we needed in terms of protecting the access, which a lot of people have talked about in terms of by the beach, there being car parks, protecting the area because of beaches and whatnot. And that's something I included in the bylaw, not all bylaws like that, but I thought that would be
when you talk about a river, are you talking about when it floods? Or when it's not flooded? Where's the 20 metres?
That's a good question.
Because last night, the 20 metres would wipe out where the correct place to park is.
Yeah.
It would wipe it out. So.
My understanding that's on you is primarily a health and safety thing, and you guys have reported that people get towed out of there or cars are often flooded in there. So I'm a big advocate for that 20 metre rule, with someone mentioned 50 being a better buffer. do we really want people camping in a place where you can go and endanger the lives of the local fire guys or the local petrol shop?
I'll just clarify that part. They were on the riverbed when they were flooded.
Right.
But when the river is flooded, the 20 metres would actually encompass most of the very small area where they're meant to camp. But where they do camp is also the gravel pit area, which is many metres away from the flooded river. Where they're not meant to camp, that's prohibited. They camp there anyway.
Yeah, okay. It's, yeah, we've got to take in the risks, certainly. I think that's paramount as far as looking at how that works with bylaw, because at the end of the day, people don't understand that our rainfall and our rivers and creeks come up very, very quickly. And I know when Robbie and Ange were farming down the bottom of the south side of France, the amount of times we had to drive down through that creek and down towards the sea and get people out, and sometimes they were, you know, right up to their door panels, halfway up, went across those creeks to get them out. They tried to do that without escort. I don't know where they would have ended up. A lot of times there was a rope attaching them to the tractor, so we do need to think about the big picture here. We're getting more rain events more often, getting more situations, and what I don't want to see is that community members and rescue services are out there risking their own lives to prevent something that is actually preventable. We've got to look at this from another light as well, I think. That's the responsibility that we have for people when they are staying in our region. Right. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Carrie. Really appreciate your time being here this morning. So who do we have next? So next we've got James from the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association. James, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Welcome, James. You've been present through the conversations or not?
Yes. I am.
Righto. All right, the floor is yours.
Morena, and thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to the NZMCA submission this morning remotely. I want to start off by just emphasising the NZMCA supports the council's preference to introduce a new bylaw under the Freedom Camping Act. Where we differ is that based on our experience, we just don't think the current proposal as written, well, we think the current proposal as written has a few shortcomings that, if left unresolved, may expose the bylaw to a review, and not necessarily by us. Now, the law changes that came into effect last year introduced new self-containment regulations and enforcement powers that will address many of the concerns raised by the council and communities. And the council, in its own submission on the self-contained motor vehicles legislation bill back in 2022, explicitly supported the proposed law reforms, but this support is not reflected in the proposed bylaw. Now, there's no information that clearly explains why the broad prohibition applied to all lakes, the seashore and beach frontage is necessary. We can't make any comments on it because that information doesn't exist or hasn't been shared with submitters. Now, clause 6.3 of the bylaw as written is too vague, and it will be difficult for responsible campers to comply with. So we recommend deleting this clause entirely unless the council is prepared to assess each area that it applies to and provide clear maps or a detailed description for each prohibition so that that prohibition is clear to campers. Now, we accept that there are times when areas need to be temporarily closed to freedom camping. However, clause 10 of the bylaw as it's written needs to be amended to help guide the council's process and ensure its decisions are made above board. We've seen too many issues with other councils who have used these temporary closure clauses to effectively permanently close freedom camping until the bylaw is reviewed in a few years' time. That is not lawful, and it's certainly unreasonable. Now, we're not convinced the council can justify, based on the information we've received, justify broadly prohibiting all freedom camping in townships and some other individual areas. Many of the site assessments have clearly been influenced by matters that are outside the scope of Section 11 of the Act, and some of the reasons for prohibition just make no sense at all, and I've given some examples in our submission on that. So we urge the council to revisit its site assessments to ensure the reasons for prohibiting freedom camping are consistent with the Freedom Camping Act and, of course, recent case law in Queenstown and Marlborough. But just listening to some other submitters this morning, it appears the council blames the government for its predicament. And with respect, this is not the government's fault. The Freedom Camping Act was introduced in 2011 following a proposal from local government, which the Westland District Council supported when it sat on the New Zealand Freedom Camping Forum. I sat on the forum at the same time. I was there when the Westland District Council Mayor sat on the forum, and the council was one of the law's strongest advocates back then. Westland District Council was one of the few councils that pushed for it. So it's interesting to hear the council today blame the government for its predicament. Now, it's important to acknowledge that most freedom campers pay their way and are not expecting a free ride. There's a lot of sentiment in council and community that everyone's looking for a free ride. And that is not what we're advocating for. Freedom campers now pay a levy, as you know, under the new law. And our association has spent a considerable amount of money helping the government and local authorities roll out the new self-containment laws. Laws that many local authorities, again including Westland, demanded central government to introduce a couple of years ago. So we've played our part, and what we'd like to see is central government recognising what they wanted in their bylaws too. Now, the NZMCA and 400 of its members who live in Westland also pay rates and taxes, so we're not freeloaders, and I kind of resent the comments that some people have made to suggest that we are. Now, there was a comment from the council suggesting that rental companies offer rebates or discounts to vehicle hires who do not use their onboard facilities. This is an urban myth that was dispelled by the industry and local government a few years ago. And back then, there was no verifiable evidence of this taking place following a thorough investigation by the government and local government officials a couple of years ago. Now, if the council has evidence, please let me know, and I'll happily pass it on to the industry, to MBI officials and the groups that I sit on. There's no advantage to the NZMCA here advocating for the rental hiring companies because we don't need to, but I don't think it's helpful when we're talking about how we can structure a fair and reasonable bylaw for people to suggest that rental companies are doing something that they clearly aren't doing. What is actually happening is that rental companies charge or give money back to their vehicle hirers if they bring back the toilets empty. If they bring back the toilets full, then under their contracts, they do have the ability to charge people for that. And that's not unreasonable, but they're certainly not giving discounts if you don't use the toilets. Finally, I just want to stress that the NZMCA is not expecting absolute perfection with this bylaw, and we're certainly not advocating for a free-for-all. Rather, we just believe there's an opportunity here for the council to adopt a more balanced bylaw in recognition of the majority of New Zealanders, like our members, who do pay rates in Westland, they pay taxes, and they enjoy freedom camping responsibly. If I've got time, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, James. Interesting. Just a question from me is that being that we have a World Heritage Area and we are known for our environment and the precious and probably the fragility of our environment, are you in any way concerned about the regard that a lot of the freedom campers have or don't have for our environment? And I'm not talking about people that are members of the NZMCA. I'm talking about the tourist that comes in here and travels around.
Well, of course we are.
So I struggle with that because you are advocating for your members. You are advocating for people that are responsible, that belong to NZMCA, and that is not where our beef is, but unfortunately they're caught up in the crossfire of this because they are part of the market that we're addressing, and we can't have two sizes to fit everybody's machinery. We've got a serious problem in our region protecting it from the disregard that it currently has from a lot of the freedom campers that come here, and they have created that poor regard from many of us regarding the fact that they don't respect the environment they're in. They'll defecate anywhere in the bushes around where they camp. We have provided them with campsites before, including toilets, which they did not use. They preferred to go in the bushes. So we've been there and tried that. And if you've got a better way that we can manage, that we can protect our environment, we're happy to hear what you've got to say. But we have to protect what we have. That's got to be our foremost point with this. Now, I know there's a lot of people that go camping responsibly, but unfortunately they are going to be caught up. Hell, me and my husband, we go camping too, and we're responsible campers. But I appreciate the impact these others are having on our area, and I'll do anything to protect it. And that means going to a campground instead of camping where we'd like to camp, by a lake or a beach.
Well, I'm not sure whether you're giving me a bit of a lecture here or asking me a question.
Oh,
But what I would say is we are, of course, concerned about how some freedom campers treat the environment. That point's been made several times to this council. It's been made several times through our support of the legislative reforms. We are on the same page. The point of our submission, though, is that you've provided us with site assessments that you've relied on to justify prohibiting all freedom campers. And when I look at those site assessments, the environmental concerns don't suggest that you need to prohibit freedom camping in all the areas you have. The point I'm making is that you've relied on some matters that are clearly outside the scope of the law to get the threshold that you're looking for to prohibit freedom camping. So you've said in your own site assessments, with respect, that it's not just about environmental issues. There are a whole raft of other issues that you've relied on to justify prohibition. And we're going, well, those issues aren't really relevant. And it's unreasonable to say we don't want someone freedom camping because we don't like the look of the vehicle outside our home. That's not reasonable. But you have put a lot of weight on that in your site assessments. That's the point.
So you'd be quite happy to have camper vans parked outside your own home?
Well, I do have people freedom camping in my neighbourhood, and I don't say to them, I don't like the look of your vehicle, so you cannot freedom camp.
We don't say that either. We just say that this is not a place to freedom camp. Would you mind moving on?
That's not the impression I've got from the site assessments you provided.
The other thing is that we're very much bound by the iwi representatives who unfortunately aren't with us today from a cultural perspective, and that is where the meterage away from the waterways, whether they're lakes, rivers or the sea, comes into force as well.
But that information wasn't provided in your proposal, so we don't know that until right now. But this is what I'm trying to get at. We've asked for information to explain why some of the provisions are necessary, and that information isn't available.
Right, we shall make sure it is available and through to you.
But just going back to your point, we're not suggesting that the whole district has to be open to freedom camping. There are other ways to provide a few more opportunities for people who do freedom camp responsibly, in a way that won't get in the way of what you're trying to achieve. We just don't think that you've reached the balance yet, but there definitely is a way forward, I think, to reach that. Now, if the bylaw is adopted as is, then it's effectively you can only freedom camp in a handful of sites throughout the entire district. That's what it looks like. And what we're saying is that a reasonable and proportionate approach? Or are there opportunities to open up a few more areas, not hundreds more areas, a few more areas, where people who do freedom camp responsibly, who do pay their taxes and do pay local rates, and who live in your district and who want to freedom camp in your district, keeping in mind we've got 400 members that have said to us, we do like freedom camping in our own backyard. Why can't we look at that? Why would you just want to dismiss the views of other residents in your community who want to freedom camp responsibly?
Would you be willing to pitch in and help us pay people to go out and patrol these areas then? Because that is the problem we've got now. When the government withdrew the funding to support that, it's left us having to put that claim onto the ratepayers if we were to do that. And that's not a tenable proposition to put to them, sorry. But if you're willing to help us out with that, I'm more than happy to receive any funds.
Well, I'd argue that we are helping pay through our rates. But if you're asking for more money, that's not something that I can offer. That would have to be a proposal that goes to our board to look at. But there may be other ways that we can try and talk to council staff around how we can work together to help monitor some of those sites. I don't have all the answers right now because I'm up until now not aware that that's an issue for the council.
A quick question. As a current NZMCA member, I wasn't consulted on your submission today. Did you actually go out and ask your members whether we supported or were against the bylaw? I didn't receive any correspondence about it.
I wonder if the mayor, is it appropriate for people from the floor to ask questions of other submitters?
Wow. I can hear what you're saying, James, but yes, and it's up to me. Thank you. We have had a fairly open approach to this meeting because we've had a few presenters that haven't been here. and it is up to me as to what I allow.
So
And
if you're happy,
we have been taking questions from the floor.
if you're happy for me to answer it, I am, but
To answer it, thank you, James.
okay. We did not put the bylaw out to every member in Westland, but the feedback that we've got is from other feedback we've got from members, including those in Westland and around the country, around what they want us to advocate for around freedom camping.
Well, you don't speak on my behalf as a current member, and you haven't gone out and consulted with your members, so.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'll leave it there, sorry.
No, thank you for that. Right, so I mean, that's something that we need to be asking you too, is that, you know, is your submission representative of your members? And obviously you've got members that have different perspectives. So we would like to think that your submission does represent those that responded. Any questions, please, to James? Clarification.
Well, can I just make a comment on that point, if I may? I never said in our submission that all 400 of our members support where we stand. Clearly, we've got 120,000 members and everyone has diverse views. The point I'm trying to make is that we have 400 members who live in Westland, and I'm saying many of them enjoy freedom camping. And that is a true point because we do get a lot of feedback from our members in Westland about it. So I don't think the council can say the NZMCA doesn't represent the voice of its members. That's unfair to say that, if that was the point. I'm sure when the council makes submissions to central government, it doesn't say that every single one of its constituents agree with its submissions. It's just trying to explain that we have a lot of members in Westland who enjoy freedom camping in their own backyard. So their views also need to be taken into account alongside those who don't enjoy freedom camping. Nowhere in our submission did I say that we've gone out and all 400 of our members support what we're saying.
Right. Thank you, James. Anything further to James, please? Nothing further? Right. Thank you, James, for being present and being willing to speak to us today, to your submission.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Logan, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me? I can do the video, but the signal might be a bit weak.
No, just if you want to just do the voice, that's fine, whatever works for you. Thanks, Logan. Floor's yours.
All right, you can see me. If you can't hear me, I'll turn the video off.
No, we can see you and hear you.
Yep, thank you. Thanks, guys. Just a couple of points there, just from the last minute before I get started. If they've got 120,000 members and 400 in Westland, that's 119,600 that want to come here and stay that aren't paying any rates. So that all the comments about the paying rates, that's 119,600 that aren't paying rates. As some of you know, I used to run a campground in Franz Joseph. Whether self-contained or non-self-contained makes no difference. Still got both lots stealing showers and toilets. They don't like using the showers and toilets generally inside the camper vans. They're small, pokey, still makes a smell. I got the big Maui stealing showers and the small one stealing showers. As a small business trying to pay my rates, it actually does pay rates in Westland, unlike the 119,600 NZMCA members. We're trying to run a business. I don't think why I should subsidise anyone's holiday by giving them free showers. I don't see why the ratepayers of Westland should subsidise people's holiday by giving them a free free site. Next minute, we need to open soup kitchens to subsidise these people's holidays. Generally, the freedom camping sites aren't that attractive, and it is a messy look in town. When you're outside the landing restaurant or Steak Bite and someone's cooking their noodles, doing their laundry, washing on the side of the road, on the side of the highway, because they don't want to go out to the free side until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. It's just not the look you want for a premier tourist town. Franz Joseph's, as you all know, has got a lot of issues with the glacier going back, etc. We're trying to make it as nice a town as we can. A whole lot of looking like a homeless gypsy camp doesn't really help us. Probably not the NZMCA members, but a lot of these people do cause a lot of problems, a lot of antisocial behaviour. You need a resource consent to open up a campground in a residential area or a rural area. All of a sudden, you got a whole lot of freedom campers operating a quasi the same effect as a commercial environment in a place that was never designed for it. The heliport in France, as you guys, most of you will know, is a flood risk zone. If we get the big earthquake or the big flood, there's no host there, there's no one responsible, no one assigned for them to actually look after them. Is several of you on the Waiho rating group know the stop banks aren't invincible. They are kind of it's not the safest place in the world. To the comments about them paying taxes, if they're staying in a campground, they're paying GST, they're contributing to the government. $15 a night is not a fortune to stay in a campground. If the person's not got $15 a night to stay in a campground, really how much they're contributing to the economic environment or the social fabric of Westland. That's basically it. You're happy to take any questions, but I've been run over twice and put to the ground once and kicked on the ground by Freedom Campers. I've stopped caught stealing showers. I actively policed it. I felt it was a small business. I had the right and duty to protect my revenue. And if you didn't do it, you just got hundreds of them coming in. If you didn't actively police it, when I've stopped them and demanded payment, I've been run over twice. I've got constant pain in my right shoulder from being hit by a camper van. I don't see why other small businesses should suffer the same fate as I did.
Thank you, Logan. Questions? Please clarification from Logan, please. Logan? I know it was quite the norm when you had the motels in France too, that there'd be camper vans parked up and down that road, base of the walkway too, wasn't there, to the home?
Yeah, and you got residential houses right up there and little kids. Like, at least I know who's staying in a campground. If there's any problems, you've got some sort of registration. Up there, you've got families, little kids. Do they really want to have a stranger outside or multiple strangers outside the house every night?
Another point. Thank you, Logan, for that. Anything further for Logan? No. Thanks, Logan. Thank you for
your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to Brenda. Are you there too, Ben, or is it just you, Brenda?
You're on mute, Brenda.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Brenda. Right here. On mute.
We right now?
Yep, you're there. Thanks, Brenda.
Yep.
Welcome
Yep.
to the call.
Thank you.
I believe Ben's out on the road somewhere, so the floor is yours.
He shouldn't be long. He's going to come here. Yeah. Yeah.
Just for those of you that
Hi,
don't know,
everyone.
speaking from Coringa. Okay.
Okay. I've still got Logan coming up on my screen.
Sorry, he's gone.
We'll go?
Yep, let's go.
Okay. So what basically I have to say is that the Freedom Campers are here. They've been encouraged to come here. The little juicy vans, and we call them little shitter vans, they are everywhere. They are a fact of life now. Prior to there being some designated freedom camping areas, every single lay-by and gateway and spot that the Freedom Campers, that a little van could stop, they did. And you know what they did? They stayed the night, and you would find a crap in the gateway, behind a shed, behind any kind of shelter, and in the bush. Everywhere they stopped. And it was very, very unacceptable and an awful situation for people in South Westland, I know. Occasions when I helped Glenn do the pilot vehicle with behind the mower, and you'd stop and unmentionable, but absolutely unacceptable. That situation has abated a little since there have been designated freedom camping areas, and one was set up at Coringa along the side road beside the council road, beside the salmon farm. There were toilets built. The salmon farm original toilets were demolished by the council with the funding allocated by the government. The toilets were built. Now there was a big long story involved in that, and they weren't actually commissioned until long after they were built and long after the other toilets were demolished. But that's just another story. The system seemed to work quite well where the freedom campers came to the allocated area. The funding that the council had from the government was allocated out, and Ben was actually a ranger. I'm not sure the word right here. He would know, but he would go and check them on night, make sure there wasn't more than the 15 allocated spaces taken up, and move them along if necessary. Of course, that's no longer there. There's nobody monitoring the freedom camping. I know Ben still does a little bit, but when he can, there's a lot of vans there each night now in that area that is now recognised as a freedom camping area. I guess what I'm trying to say is, unless we have areas for these people to go, they're going to go willy-nilly everywhere again, creating their awful messes. But if we can confine them to specific spaces, we are on a winner. Now, I just see Ben driving in the drive now, so he'll be able to talk to you too more to it. It was an awful situation. I'm not saying it's designating areas has stopped the campers in the highways and byways, but it certainly has helped. And I'll move here.
Morning, Ben.
G'day, how are you? Sorry I'm late.
It's all right. Busy man. Readers Hill to Fort Welfare. Yeah. Welcome to the table.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Ben.
So do I just fire away?
Yep.
Yeah, so with my submission, I did put in there, we really do support the campground, especially here, the one at the cafe. It's been a bit of a lifeline for us when it's been quiet as well. It is quite full most nights, but everyone's very well behaved, and we do monitor it ourselves. Because all the infrastructure's there for them and everything, of course, as well. They do generally come in quite late at night. So it's not like they're going to go anywhere else to spend any money. We're not interrupting them from anything else that they're going to be doing. And we do get a lot of their custom in the morning, so we are a little bit biased in that respect. But it has been really good for us. I guess we just would like a little bit more clarification around the other vehicles camping around the place as well. Ongoing, who's allowed to do what and who's going to be monitoring that as well. And it's about the short and skinny of it, really.
Okay. Thanks, Ben, and we're very, very grateful to you for the work that you do down there regarding that site. I think it's sort of been one of those ones that's worked exceptionally well, but that's only because it's sort of what I'd say on site, but also you've been prepared to manage it. And as I've said to others this morning, it's that fund that we had from the government to pay for contractors to go out and manage the freedom camping. That fund is gone. So it's a matter of how we manage this going forward. James Imlach from NZMCA has said that with the new regulations that are coming up from the government, that will make things more manageable, but I'm a little bit worried that they're over zealous with that comment, because there's a lot of changes that have to be made, and until we see what the government's going to be bringing out in all entirety, we'll remain subject to review. I know they park up in your car park, but then when we had that last weather event, you went across the river and down to the other campsite across the river.
Yeah, and that's sort of one other thing. Like we do monitor them. We're quite happy to monitor them in the meantime, because it is beneficial for us. But also from a safety point of view, we actually had an area we could park everybody that was stranded out at the lake. We brought them all back to the cafe, and you know they could park everywhere down there as well, and they were safe. You know, it's a safe area on top of everything else. So we sort of set up a little, I guess, civil emergency depot there to give everybody information on where they can and can't go and when the roads were reopening and things like that. So it has got those benefits on top of that as well.
So is that campground where they evacuated, it was what, 2 a.m. in the morning?
Yeah, I didn't go down there till 6 o'clock in the morning or just on daylight to make sure everyone was all right. But I mean, the water was well up by then. Like that campground, if they'd stayed in there, they would have been over the roofs of their cars. So, but they were kind of all just parked along the side of the road. So we just brought them all back to the cafe, and you know, because it's high ground and safe there, and that's how we sort of dealt with it. And
so that was expecting a weather event.
Yeah.
Tucked up in their vans at night time, not knowing what's coming up around them.
Honestly, something probably needs to be in place there, because if that same weather event happened and just an older guy woke up to go to the toilet and stepped out and he was up to his knees, and he went and woke all the campground people up and got them out of there. That's at the Lake Pringa one. And if he hadn't woken up, it could have been a whole lot worse.
Wow. So it's not really an area that's conducive to freedom camping, then, is it?
Well, I think unless you're going to close it and when you know a weather event's coming, and it's not freedom camping, it's a paid campsite from DOC.
Oh, right, of course it is. Yep, okay.
So, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's not actually, you know, nothing to do with me, I guess. But in that particular event that we haven't seen before, yeah, I mean, that could have been a whole lot worse.
Right, so that's predominantly a conversation we need to have with DOC regarding managing and safety and security. So not a freedom camping problem, more so something that we'll discuss with them. So knowing that you know Southwestern like the back of your hand, between you and your mum, are there other areas you see as having the same potential as what that area does at the salmon farm?
Well, there's no, I mean, that's an old road, of course. So working with the council, we turned it into an area where people could camp. I mean, there's other little pull-offs and things that are okay as long as they're self-contained, because we do have toilets and things at our one, so they don't have to be self-contained. But anywhere else, I mean, there's safe areas to park, but it's only for self-contained campers, and that's what we've been monitoring in the past, making sure they are all self-contained. And but there's not a whole lot of other areas, to be fair, that are, you know, suitable really. There's just not enough space and it's not enough high ground.
Yep. And there's that area of road down by Hunts Beach, isn't it? Where I think when Bruce was mayor, they made a corner area there for freedom camping, and it was so overloaded that vehicles were actually parked out onto the edge of the road.
That was at Bruce Bay. That was just south of the Bruce Bay Township itself. And to be fair, it was on a sort of a horrible corner to park at to get in there as well. And there was a few people having trouble on the road, you know, almost accidents and things like that. And I guess there's a bigger community there as well, so there's a bit more of a opposition to it. Whereas, you know, we're the only ones here, so there's no, you know, it doesn't affect any locals or anything like that apart from us.
Being that you're in a World Heritage area, I mean, how severe do you see the problem and the impact on that area environmentally?
Well, none really, because we've got the infrastructure already in place to look after these people in this particular site.
Yeah, but what about everywhere else down there?
As long as they're self-contained and they're parked, I mean, there's not that many areas they can park anyway. But as long as they're actually self-contained, I don't really see it being a problem. And as long as they're not in the way. But like I say, I guess that at Bruce Bay and places like that too, it depends what your ruling's going to be or how you're going to go about it there. But in the out area in particular here, there's probably only room for another sort of 10 or 12 vehicles between kind of the lake and Bruce Bay itself. So it's not really a big issue.
Okay. Questions, clarification from Ben? On the table? No? No? All right. All right, is there anything else you want to add to that, Ben?
No, I'm pretty happy with that. I think you've all got a pretty good grasp of it. Yeah, like I say, just some clarification around, you know, the monitoring, what we should be doing now, and you know, what we should be telling people when they are parked on the side of the road if they're not self-contained and things like that. Should we be moving them on, or who's going to be doing that? Yeah, and just I think the current system is working really well in this area in particular. But yeah, just some clarification around that'd be great.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Ben, for that. We will. I'm not sure what we're going to come back to with that as far as paying for somebody to be out there doing it, but we'll go through the deliberations today and come back to you for anything else if we need to.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're happy to monitor that Freedom Campground anyway. That's not an issue. It's more the sort of the rest of the area, because we were doing right from south of Paringa right through to north of Bruce Bay. Of course, we're not doing that now, but we're quite happy to do the local little area here off our backs. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for that. And
Awesome.
I know the work that you've done has been pretty relentless down there, and we're very grateful to you, to the family as well.
No, not a problem. Thanks very much, Tim. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Can I just come back in here for a minute? And I know I've missed most of the meeting because I wasn't here, but is there any possible way to tap back into any government funding for the monitoring and maintenance of freedom camping in Westland?
Not at the moment, Brenda, but the government is looking at a tourism levy, which is supposed to come back to us, but until we know we're definitely going to get it and what that's going to look like, yeah, and when we're going to start seeing that come through, I don't know. Still waiting for answers to those questions, and it's not for the lack of asking.
Okay, thank you for that.
But as soon as we've got something concrete from the government, it may help us to look at how we can manage that going forward this season, but I'm not holding out hope that we'll have something for this season at this stage.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks guys.
Cheers.
Thanks, Dave.
Have a good meeting. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right, next we have Cara Edwards from Te Rananga Makawhio. Welcome, Cara.
Kia ora koutou.
Floor's yours.
Morena. So, yeah, it was great to actually catch the tail end of Ben and his lovely mum. And so I will take our submission as read, but I guess I just want to re-emphasise some of the points in there and then obviously available for any questions. So it's not that we want to be bad Manaaki and not welcome people to our district, and we certainly acknowledge that it's not something that the council, I mean, it's an increasing issue. We've got more people coming, more freedom campers, they need places to go, and clearly DOC's got a strong role here to play, and I'm not sure how engaged they've been in this process alongside you, because they obviously have areas that have facilities. And so I haven't seen any of the submission that they're making or aware of any of that, but I'd be interested to know where they stand on it. But I guess the issue is, unless the council have got extra resource to manage these areas and manage this, whatever bylaws get put in place, you know, it's kind of toothless tiger unless you've got the means with which to monitor and enforce those regulations. But the key point I guess we're making is that we don't support people who, particularly those who don't have self-containment, to be able to camp willy-nilly. We would much prefer that they're going to places like Ben's place, although I'm assuming that his place is probably at capacity, and other places that actually provide proper services for people, rather than being able to park wherever on the district, because otherwise, as we all know, you pull over anywhere, go into the bush and there's toilet paper, and rubbish and excrement at nearly all of those places where people, and some of them are particularly bad. So that's the thing we want to avoid. There's a number of places that we said we wouldn't support at all, but our overall comments as per the submission that we don't support the proposed bylaw. So I've got hay fever, so I'm going to turn off and sniff for
Don't turn off for too long. So you don't support the proposed bylaw?
Right.
So if we can just transfer your thoughts to South Westland, being the World Heritage Area, from a cultural perspective, let's focus on that area first. What do you see as the main issues within, I mean, that starts at Wairoa River, just to Haast. So what do you see as the main issues there from a cultural perspective? Or cultural impact?
Yeah, sure. I guess the cultural impact, I guess the main cultural impact is our role as kaitiaki, in terms of looking after the space and place, and that's severely impacted when you aren't able to look after it by truly enforcing, or not enforcing is not the right word, but actually being able to ensure that those regulations and policies are followed, because without that, we know that there's going to be rubbish. We know that there's going to be people. I mean, if you've got no self-containment on board, of course, where are you going to go? And so that's not palatable. And I mean, that's not a Māori cultural issue. That's not palatable at a human and a southwestern level, because we don't want those places being spoiled by human waste. And I mean, it gets into the waterway. It's gross for anyone else who happens to pull up there. It's just not acceptable. And we can't just keep encouraging more people to come to places like this without having the infrastructure. And of course, the ratepayer base can't afford the infrastructure that's required to care for these people. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but that tourism levy can't come soon enough to be able to provide for the people that are coming already. So the impact, I mean, I think, yes, it is it's a World Heritage Area, so it has that extra layer of protection, but actually, regardless, it doesn't matter what regulation, what level of protection is in place, the impacts are still the same regardless. Wherever these impacts are happening, it's unacceptable.
Questions? Clarification? Cara?
Cara, I think you make a really good point in your distinguishment between the concern not with the South policing NZMCA members, but with the unregulated or least poorly regulated travellers and non-equipped vans and cars. I suspect after hearing from James, there's some confusion around that and wider. We've got a bylaw where we're trying to deal with the lowest common denominator, where the problem is coming from, and unfortunately there's others that get caught up in that. More a statement than a question.
Anything further for Cara? Right. Thanks, Cara. Yeah. We may come back to you for any points of clarification at some stage later in the day. Are you available? You're around at all if we can just chip into you or flick an email through?
Yeah, I can be. And just to add on the one, when Ben talked about that one at Bruce Bay, yeah, it was a real issue because it was on the corner, but also it backed onto our Māori reserve land, and despite there being a gate there, people would just hop over the gate, park some bees on there or park themselves on there and do whatever they want. So that is another issue for us, is that people go and park on Nohoanga sites and Māori reserve land, and so people will just go, they'll just spill over. So I think there's a shared discussion to be had with DOC about, okay, whereabouts are we going to put these people and what does that look moving forward? I mean, they've got challenges around their legislation, but they're about to review their general policy and their national park policy statements and look at combining them with one plan. So there's an opportunity, I think, for council and the community to look at those and see if there's an opportunity for them to be more open to actually dealing with this issue. And also increasing some of the areas where they have who provide for that, such as the one around Lake Ianthe, where I know the Conservation Board objected to it and the community wanted to extend that campground there that could take up. So I think that's the opportunity, is to say, hey, DOC, where are the areas that could actually be increased in size to provide for these increased manuhiri that are coming, given that you've got the services to look after them. That end, thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks, Cara, and good comments there too. That's yeah, really helpful. Appreciate that, and making yourself available. Thank you. Right, so that is the end of the presenters. So with that, and also we have now gone 2 hours. Break. What we will do is we will start the first stage of the resolution, which will allow us to go into deliberations on this, and then we'll break for morning tea, and then we'll come back and start to chew the fat on the submissions and everything else involved with that. So resolution is that 1, council received the report from Alicia. 2, that council here received the written and verbal submissions. And 3, council deliberates on the submissions on the draft responsible freedom camping bylaw 2024 in the open part of the meeting. Do I move and receive, please? Councillor Davidson, sorry, Councillor Kesson, thank you very much. All in favour? And I think at this stage what we will also do is go back to and note that Councillor Phelps and Madeira aren't present, that we've got that recorded as well, please. Thanks, Penny. Right, so with that, move and second, please resolve that we adjourn for morning tea at 11:07 a.m. Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Davidson, thank you very much. We shall do that. Yeah. So with that, we're going to adjourn for some morning tea. If you'd like to join us for a cup of tea, it's a cup of tea and maybe a biscuit and that's it. But that's if you want to join us for that, you're more than welcome before we come back and start the deliberations. 10 minutes break. We are behind time, but I think it's been important to have the time.
Can you hear me, Jane? Are you there?
And we'll get into the next stage of the day. And we'll start the deliberations at, what is that, 11:38, 37 to be precise. Computer screen. Okay, so Alicia, do you want to start this section off?
Through the chair. Okay, so following all the submissions, obviously verbally today and previously written, I've gone through all the submissions and written a response, which you may or may not like. And I've also provided you a summary in your report. And what I've also done is written a list of things that potentially I think we should change in the bylaw based on the submission. So I thought it would be useful for me to kind of go through those maybe 8 points that I've got here, and if we could talk those through to see whether you want those changes or whether you don't want those changes or how that works. So the first one is, this was subject of much discussion today, prohibiting freedom camping within a lake, seashore or beach frontage clause. So in the bylaw we've got that within 20 metres you can't camp. We have a request to extend that to 50 metres. We'd also have a request that we should include rivers in that as well on the EV. So I guess the question around that is, I do want to extend that to 50 metres. 20 was something that I reviewed other people's bylaws, if they had 20 in. I'm not for or against 20 or 50 metres.
So with the others with the 20 metre, of that's of any waterway, do they have the proliferation of sea, river and lakes that we have throughout our district?
I think so. I think there was a district up north that had a lot of beach frontage. Yes. It's not something that everyone agrees with. It's something I thought would be very useful to protect the access and the health and safety, as we talked a lot about health and safety. I think 20 metres is probably fine, but we've heard today that people want 50 metres, so I'm open to what you need in that sense.
Well, I guess from one angle is something that's been walked or highlighted to us today is, when you think about it, it's actually in a lot of the areas we have here is that risk when we've got heavy rain and flooding, and hearing Ben talk about that and hearing, you know, in Mataroa, just all those areas, how many others are there where we've had campers potentially at risk? How do we manage that? I mean, you know, we have a responsibility, I guess, if we permit people to camp in an area that's subjected to flooding. Are we liable? So, you know, is that something that we've got to take into consideration with this as far as distance from waterway.
Does anyone use our S50 meters?
We may be a little bit unique there with the amount of rainfall that can come down in such a short period of time. Being that like in Haas, we had 640 mils in 24 hours. You know, if there'd been any recamp at the bottom of that hill where that big slip is all the way to Jackson's or across the road.
There's lots of other areas that have more dangerous flooding than we do, because we are generally really working within those confines of the flooding.
But what's the risk if we had people say?
Oh, I'm not saying it's no risk. I'm just
Yes,
saying,
and what is our responsibility then? Because we're allowed people to camp at a site that can be subjected to flooding. And we're liable.
What does that mean? You know, 50 metres from waterways, waterways.
So we're in the current bylaw, we've included lake, seashore or beach frontage, and there's also a suggestion that we need to include rivers as well. So that's how we've caveated it. And that will protect, obviously all your beach access, some part of those roads, any car parks and that sort of thing. And that was a major concern as well with the last bylaw that we had, which is why there's a lot of listed roads in the bylaw. So instead of listing all the roads that go to a beach, which is kind of impractical, this was a solution that would make places. We would obviously need to have additional signage of all the risks and all that sort of stuff, just like we had down the waves.
Is it from the water's edge? Where does that distance start from? I mean, from the sea, is it the mean high tide mark? Is it the standard, is it at the river bank edge?
I haven't put any, like, I guess, descriptions or that sort of stuff in there, but we can agree on that. And I can include that sort of thing if you'd like more clarification.
Well, I'm just thinking because over at Jackatai there, the tide's out. I mean, you know, people could think, oh, well, I'm 20 metres from the sea. Actually, there would be anyway, even at high tide there, but
Just use the word beach frontage, so I guess you could take the end of the sand dunes. As the beach frontage, but we can include any definitions that we need inside bylaws.
There is an interesting one whereby if the river normally holds, should be infinite flood across easily 20 metres away until it's under rain. So it needs to be a sort of.
I mean, we are sort of quite a complex region as far as that goes, and it's.
we've probably got lots of residences also that are within 50 metres.
They're used to that environment and they know how to manage in those situations, don't they? Because these people don't.
Even if it's about signage.
Because that'll identify, you can't spell out everything to everybody, but there must be a standing phrase that highlights to people these are potential flood areas. Water does come quickly, and that there needs to be consideration of that, at least that sign.
Yeah. So I'm going to say when you're inviting someone to you know, to stay the night at a site, you know, some of those low-lying areas, you know, I don't think a sign sort of hold up too much on it. Because it's I just know in the dock days and the campsites and stuff like that, you know, there's a difference between picnicking and camping. So the campsites, you know, really strict about what you can do there, for safety.
Yeah.
Including meetings, what sort of information on, even with people access on that should be a kicker, isn't it really? I mean, if they're driving around in a van, are they actually going to be looking on sites we would naturally think, oh, someone would.
Yes.
That's a problem, whether or not they need to drop it's far reaching, but still, if they're not going to access it, they're not going to need it.
No, and unfortunately, a lot of signs are up here, and I know even at Sunset Point, where you've got that sign for Bruce Smith Drive, and then at the edge of Beach Road, yeah, there's a sign up there saying no camping, but it's way up high. When you're driving down there, you're looking at this level, not up there. So it says camping's prohibited, but you just don't see it because it's not with your visual of what you're focused on at the time. So it's placement of signs. If we're going to do signage, it's placement is critical, and also of signs that they can be seen and read. But I do think that as far as, you know, the eyesights and petrol stations and those sort of spots would be critical areas to put a flyer out, just referring people to our website or whatever for whatever we settle on for the rules. Because we can't educate people, we can't give them a whole folder on what our bylaw looks like, but if they can be referred to a site to see and know that there could be consequences for parks where they shouldn't be parked.
That was mentioned before with the chair that, about the motorhome associations and the motorhome owners, rental companies, giving them a flyer of with our rules and regulations, but I'm damn sure they're not going to do that. Which is a shame.
So we're back to the distance.
Sorry.
So what's the consensus, 20 or 50? I mean, it'd be good to have had Paul and Francois here today too for this, because this is significant for them. The distance from waterways.
It's a shame Paul's not here, 'cause he's got strong feelings.
Yeah, yes.
So it'd be quite good to see on a map, because we have got so many small creeks.
Yes.
Like you think our south distance is across the road.
So, I think the way Cara was sort of talking, I think she'd probably be in favour of the 50.
You've been submitted on 500. McCarthy's submission is within 500 feet of any waterway, stream, river, or lake, within 95 years. That's the easy part of this, the agreement set rivers are included.
I think so. It's got to be waterways. It's got to be sea, rivers, and lakes.
We go as far to include streams, lagoons, and other such things for clarity.
Environmentally, the health, cleanliness and stuff like that, we'll be doing it for safety of the campus, isn't it?
So you're right, actually. But so you know, I guess then, so with this, we need to be looking at what we are protecting here, and it's got to be the environment. It's got to be cultural. It's got to be health and safety.
Through the chair, the last one is protect the access.
Yeah, access, yes.
So yeah, for this clause, James was right in his submission. I didn't provide him specific evidence for the clause, but that doesn't mean that we can't provide that evidence. So we would need to obviously undertake an assessment, provide the reasoning, and include evidence from iwi and regional council. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah. So if we have those 4 categories that guide us through our decision making, I guess we've got to be ruled by something. You know, we can't disregard cultural significance or impact, we can't disregard environmental, we can't disregard health and safety, or access. So if we use those as our tool for measuring what we accept and don't. Yeah. So with that then, with waterways, does the word waterways cover lagoons, beach, rivers, streams? What defines a waterway under a bylaw for this?
We can write out a definition. So, yeah. As part of the bylaw, there's a definition page.
So are we saying in all waterways, the rest of district, and then what is the distance? Using those four controls as benchmarks. And then there was requests to supply materials.
Jen, what's your thoughts? I think sometimes the environmental reasons that are used assume all freedom campers food outside the campervan, and we know that's not the case. We know it's only a few, but we tend to the whole lot, so I do have a bit of a concern with that. I think it can be done environmentally soundly by a river.
I know what you're saying, because I mean, there are responsible people there, but this is protecting the environment really against those that aren't, isn't it? But it's hard because the ones that are responsible get penalised in the process, really. You know, it's like having a bylaw banning dogs from being in the town. It goes against those that are responsible dog walkers because you're managing the ones that let their dogs off loose and poop in town. It's the same thing, isn't it? One lot pays the price for others' bad behaviour.
We need to be very aware that's what we're doing. I think same with some of the business owners have talked about bad behaviour by a few freedom campers. I mean, we also have bad behaviour by a few shoppers, a few drivers, and you know, it's right across the whole board, but we don't then penalise everyone that goes shopping.
Yes. So, waterways, covering the broad spectrum of what that means for us here on Westland. Are we taking 50 metres, is it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think another conversation is about the safety of it, where there's potential flooding and how it's managed, and it's whether they're freedom campers or not. Remember they are.
Yes.
Not just the freedom camping sites, but what sort of things have we've got in place to do the check that Ben obviously does at Perimeter. You know, what checks we've got in place and
Very sound checks because people know where they are, but there's always going to be somebody that's down some road somewhere that people don't know about. That's all the communities, when I'm doing some events here with the team, as far as the communications go, they're checking with everybody and that reports when it once it comes back and they have swept the roads, looking for people where they should be.
It's a formal requirement, is it? That those
It is at Westland, yeah, yeah. Very, yeah, very much so. So waterways, we're talking lakes, seashore, beachfront and river. And lagoons, we've got lagoons in place, and lagoons within the region lagoon. Yes, yes.
So you've got the global and then the decommission page will give
The
you
breakdown, I've got waterways.
Just include that and I'll do some research on
So
it.
put all waterways, right, just waterways, so we've got that covering that, and then we can define that coverage, yep, okay.
Yes.
Could you, bodies of water?
I would, going back to signage, but you know, obviously specific campgrounds or camping areas for cycling, or anywhere, may or Wararoa, and you know, they may have a separate role or on the signage to say, be aware of flooding or making you aware of that.
Quite complex. Okay, so we're agreed on the waterways, yep.
Yeah, okay, so the next point was the recommendation changes to the temporary closure clause. I'll have to try and drop it here. So clause 10 allows us to close sites if we want to. And obviously councillors done in the past where there's been overcrowding or issues or that sort of thing. The Camping Association and Bruce and some other people submitted on some changes that they wanted, so I was quite happy to make those changes. So they were just around, again, us defining what temporary meant. Bruce wanted to include something that allows us to close it permanently. Instead, I think we'll recommend that we follow what the Camping Association just suggested, which is, again, we just provide some evidence if we need to close the site and advertise that. And that's exactly what we've done in the past, but the clause I included wasn't written like that. So I just recommend that we adopt the suggested changes that the city made.
Do you understand what he was saying, what Andy wrote around legal challenge temporarily closing something as a permanent tool.
Yeah,
We have to review our bylaw though to take
No.
that advice, so we've got the tools to do it without.
Yeah, so they're just suggesting we include a couple more clauses. That means we can just review that site and suggest that it gets closed and advertise that rather than reviewing the whole bylaw, which I totally agree with.
Pragmatic.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. So the next one, I was the prohibiting of townships, which is a contentious issue. I think we probably had enough evidence to prohibit Okarito, including the road. There was quite a lot of submissions on the road as well, and the kiwis and all that sort of thing. So that's fine. Okarito, Bruce Bay, Jackson's Bay, Hokitika, kind of the CBD area, Boxham, France. Those are the kind of townships I think that we can got enough evidence for. The other townships we were challenged on.
Hang on, can we start, we've got to have a map actually for that. So with that, we haven't got, Otira isn't in there. Tamara's not in
That was
there.
a question of whether we wanted to include that or not.
Yeah, so those are two we've missed. So Hokitika CBD is in there. And then we've got Ross is where? It's right, the Ross in that list?
No.
Ross is in with Kamara. And then we've got Harry. Which side was that on? Was that in with the Hokitika CBD list or not?
Sorry, are you saying?
I'll just,
read it out?
you've written off names of towns, but I just want to make sure we've got everybody, every township captured in that.
Yeah, so Alicia Radcliffe said the towns that were going to be completely prohibited from deletion.
Yeah, do you want to go through the district, top to bottom, and discuss each area, or there's no easy way to do this.
So if you're in the list, you just read out Okarito, Bruce Bay, France, Box, Hokitika, Jackson.
Yeah, that's the list that I said that we have enough evidence to prohibit entirely, that I don't think will get challenged on.
So when you say prohibit entirely, you talk, where's the boundaries for those? That's the thing, isn't
We
it?
have used the speed signs, so the entry to town where the speed slows down as the township area.
So Okarito, and you're saying that's say Highway
Sorry,
6,
across
the
the
highway into Okarito?
Yeah, there were submissions around having an Okarito and the road to the main road, which was obviously the same reasons as Okarito itself.
There's also a fire risk on that road at Okarito, in the swamp area too, so, and there's kiwi obsession again. So you're saying we've got good reason to ban those, but it's where the banning starts yours, I mean, Bruce Bay.
No, I think that's what Alicia said, the speed signs.
We've used the speed signs, and I think that's fine.
The speed sign for France is after the first turn off round to the clinic. It's actually by Senate Hotel. Right with that, aren't I? Got it? Yeah. And it's actually it's on the other side of the bridge.
By the top 10.
Yeah. That's 80. It's 80 though.
There's one as you come up past Donkey and B's house that you can watch on the Tuesday years.
Yes, so we need to be a bit more specific with that. Because by the school, there's that light system which is on 80 Ks.
I think those towns that we do prohibit, we can clarify, can't we? We can triple check where those speed signs are.
We need, well, yeah, but I mean, you know, we're talking 50, 80 or 100 speed sign? That's the thing.
It's around the corner, so it's all the way back to that initial bridge when you're coming in.
Country.
Yeah. Okay.
Country bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yep, that's country, yep. And down there past the Poo Ponds. And it stops here at this bridge. So there's nothing to protect this area here. Going to the base of the Fox Hills. Cool, thank you for that. And the Waiho Flat. Drop some rocks across the
It's been talking about is,
Fred Joseph. Yeah.
box the township submissions. Because how far do either the assets go?
Yeah, I'm gonna share on the screen.
Oh, good on you, thank you.
Yeah, because it's hard to.
The name was getting special treatment. That's right.
But yeah, it does help, you're right, Nick, it does help to see.
We're just trying to help her.
Oh, good, okay.
Like
How far do you go?
I know you're saying about the next road or the next driveway, but it certainly helps like some businesses, Elliot's, things like that in town.
Yeah, it helps the CBD. That's from the bridge to the Tartary, so that's the Whale Bridge to the Tartary Bridge. Right back up to Pond Street by the river. And down to the poo ponds. Doesn't protect the lake area, and it doesn't protect the Waiho Docketies area, which have been known to be problematic in the past.
Lake protected by dog.
Yeah. That's the campground. So the boat ramps are the reason down there they don't. Monitor.
Yeah, you might know.
What's that?
At the lake, by the Jenny.
Oh, around there where Dale is. Yes, it is, you're right. So, there's one we can, discussion with Doc on. That was made larger.
Which one, huh?
And they're going, we should put on a conservation group to make it bigger. Which needs, oh, here we go. There's Franz Joseph. So at 2 o'clock, that's the Tartary Bridge. 6 o'clock is the entrance to the Waiho River Bridge on the township side. All the way down encompassing the poo ponds, and on the way up, not quite to the end of Pond Street. So why do we stop there? You'll know. Yeah. On that map there, you can go right up the top of Pond Street, right up to the riverbank, can't you? Because there's houses there.
Going to the far end of Cron Street?
Yeah.
No, it's pretty sure it's private property right at the end.
Right, okay, so that's protection there, because last time we lots of people getting down onto that river. If they've got to go through private property, that's their property owner's responsibility, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just on the other side of the Waiho there, you've got that area there that's got the high flood risk zone signs, but that would be within, that would fall within 50 metre.
Yes.
Then that whole strip where the state highway runs alongside where Kennebec Knob is and all along there, there's a couple of pull-ins there that perhaps will be sort of like Maparika.
Yeah, yes, and then it'll be the same down the bottom of the Waiho Flat Road, because I know Doc put boulders to stop people going through, and I know that somebody's removed them. So people can go, because people, I mean, the locals go down fishing down to the sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a problem, because they go down and we pull people out of there when, I mean, you know, it's been this water's been this far off the base of their car windows. Yeah, exactly. Stupid, doesn't it? It's always rain, I know. Usually when you're waking them up at 1 in the morning to say, they wake up in your tractor and step out, it's like, whoa. Oh, cool, thanks, Bob. Gosh. Okay. So Okarito, we agree, so that's, so you're talking from the turn off down to Okarito? From the turn off, okay. All right, so let's work through this individually. So Okarito, from the turn off the State Highway, down to and including the Okarito village. The State Highway down. Yeah. Yep, so that's agreed, Alicia. That's Okarito. Okay, so we're out of sequence. We're just going to bob around a wee bit. Bruce Bay. So where does that go from? That goes from the speed sign coming into that corner, that straight off where the Mariah's?
Where this
Taking one of the maps.
Are you going back to Friends Joseph?
Yeah, I'll just go to the list of.
Yeah, it's where,
It's all right. I mean, I could juggle around and go in geographical order.
looking on the map. Corner.
Corner, because they park just on that right hand side by the motorway, which we're happy with instead. Okay, so there's Bruce Bay, so that takes out that. Does that take in, Alicia, there's an area here where people pull off and camp there, which I think the speed sign is on the south side of it, not this side. You get a lot of people camping in this, there's a gravel stretch there that belongs to NZTA.
Yeah, I think that map needs to be slightly extended to include that. We did speak to iwi about that, and they didn't want people camping in the island.
I know that's what Carol, she was talking about a place, wasn't
She
it?
was talking about that. but I
Yes,
was-
We've got,
There's another one further up the road. There's another one further up the road that Bruce, he wanted to put a portaloo in, and we didn't. But it was for 10 parks, and there was 27 vehicles there, and the backs of them were actually protruding out onto the road, which was a bit dangerous, eh? There was a creek around the corner.
So there raises a good point, especially talking about the end of the road, actually heading north, would be covered for 50 metres from the high tide line or the
True,
high tide line.
yes, true, yes, does, yep, does, because it is, it's right there, in that bend, you're right there, Tinker, thank you. And
Isn't
there,
that also NZTA?
Trying to help.
yes, it is.
We can't say anything about NZTA, can we?
In this bylaw, we have NZTA and standing NZTA land. This one, the bylaw just refers to council land. I think we checked that, and I'm sure that one is ours. I'm pretty sure it's road reserve.
Even though it's on the state highway, the our road.
Yeah, I think there was like a May reserve land, and then there was our reserve, and then there was NZTA.
Yes, because that gravel area is NZTA, because when we were looking at putting the toilet in Bruce Bay, NZTA rejected it, which is why we put it down by the Ambulance Club, the Club runs. Yeah.
Okay, so we're happy with Bruce Bay's.
Yep, and also,
And then that's sort of CBD bit of Bruce Bay.
yep. So really happy with that, Bruce Bay?
Some of the McCarthy's points they submitted on also will come up there, 100 metres of weight on those spaces, park, maintain Bruce Bay, so there's a number of other aspects we need to look at outside of that now that we're currently looking at.
Yeah.
But that,
So perhaps if we settle on this and then we benchmark it against that as a next step, to make sure we've got that right.
I just need some more information from them. I don't know if any of those sort of things are on council land.
What we could do is present them with these maps again and say, can you please check that?
But you have asked a number of times.
Yes. I will continue to ask her.
Yeah, and it's going to come to the stage where if they don't respond, yeah. So Jackson's Bay, sorry Kate, am I all over the place for you with that? Which is one of us is a problem. The road opens, it really don't know.
That's basically from the sign here.
So where they park, which is just on the edge of that map at the bottom, and slightly further back, which is not the picture. Oh, that's waterway anyway, isn't it? So we're covered with that one. Yes, yep, cool, okay. Yes.
Which is not also estimated on the health and safety risk as well.
Yeah, okay.
Especially currently.
Yeah. And then the waterway all the way down that road is covered anyway for the distance, so, yep, so that fits into the Kuru Hills Beach and everywhere else, what the requirements are. Okay, so, sorry Kate, I hope you took it, oh, let's do that last, let's do Fox, let's put back up the coast, Fox.
So just back on that, so that would cover Kuru, Neil's Beach, but is Hands clear on that road as well?
Yes.
Hands clear.
They do park on that second side. Box. So we've got the township, we say, and that's when you get to the speed sign coming down the hill, isn't it? And when you go through the trees at the other end, and we're going all the way down to Lake Manapua Cafe down there. Lake Matheson, what did I say? Manapua. Oh God, sorry, Matheson, Mirror Lake.
Does that also include, could people go to Wapping, that road?
Don't end only land there. I don't think you can park on the other side there.
People are definitely staying down there as a concern of the community at the Toy Funeral site.
Yes, they do too, they do stay there.
It's not our land though, right?
So I think it's.
No, it's not our land. I'm pretty sure I triple checked that it's not our land, so I can't put that in a bylaw if it's not our land. Yes, it was included in the submissions.
So that's actually up for Department of Conservation to manage, but they do need to do that because there are issues with campers there. Somewhere else. Also, of course, there's several campgrounds there, Stacey too. So again, it supports.
The only piece of land we have in boxes that on the community centres, we don't own it.
You said the surety don't want it there. But also there's campgrounds there too anyway, so it's supported roads, isn't it? So Fox Place out, is everybody quite comfortable with that, with where that stops and starts? Okay, that's a thumbs up, Alicia. No, but they did have quite.
You've had phone calls from Fox.
Yeah, I was just going to say that there's, I've had quite a few discussions with them, and I think Marcus has too, he's been at community meetings. And Brian, for that matter.
But heat captures at the time, it started being talked about, they are not supportive conversations I had.
They were worried that they were going to have the whole, all area as campground.
And one of their CEOs was physically assaulted, asking someone to leave previously, so I can understand the community is not supportive of antisocial behaviour that comes around some of those.
Right, back up to Friends Joseph. I think we covered that.
Sorry, we did upgrades, didn't we? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, so just to clarify, we're not going to approve the heliport site. There's a lot of submissions against the heliport. Okay, that's fine.
And what about
No, it's fine. I just need this needs to be documented.
Yeah, no, the heliport's got to come out because that's a huge health and safety risk, that one. And apart from that, the rubbish and the birds will be just dynamite. So Doherty's Creek at Friends Joseph, so that's the south side of France, where we've had huge problems before.
On the other side of the bridge.
Yes, base of Foxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It did have rocks blocking it, but I don't know if there's one yet. Elliot, have you been out there, that area recently?
No, I haven't.
I know there was big rocks put there because when that place there, I think we designated about 10 camper vans to go there. This is going back 5, 6, 7 years ago. And we ended up with about 40 of the damn things there.
Pretty sure Richard would be ensuring that those rocks haven't.
Yeah. So if they're still there, then that's pretty much protected from that. I'll check with Richard anyway. Doherty's.
Deep Sewer Waterway, right?
Yeah, so yes, good point.
What?
That would be captured by 50 metres.
No, further away than that, it's actually on the road. Quite a wee way from the creek.
Potentially subject to flood, fish floods, like that was considered.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll check if there's rocks there.
Just check that the rocks are there. I'll contact Richard and see he can confirm back that that's all stitched up. Right, who can tick up?
So yeah, there was a submission on, actually more than one submission, surprisingly, on the, I guess, the total township bans being too tough. And so what I thought we would potentially do was just do the Hokitika CBD rather than all of Hokitika. Yeah, I think the problem you're going to run into is you do some towns and not other towns, but it is pretty tough if we ban every single township. And again, we have to provide the evidence, right? So the ones that I listed and read out to you, like Fox and Friends, as you already talked about, like the health and safety, the World Heritage Area, all of that sort of stuff. The rest of our townships aren't necessarily, and we have to again provide evidence, which unfortunately can't be that is near a campground laws.
Right, so cemeteries, are we covered with Seaview Cemetery? With that?
So the cemetery's covered under the Reserve Act, so that's not included in the bylaw.
Because you get camper vans parking up there next to the airport, rubbish, birds.
Yeah, but that's an education thing, not in the bylaw.
So how do we stop people from camping at our cemeteries?
Well, we can't call it, so signage.
I noticed the neighbours actually put a the gate there now.
Yes, go ahead.
And there's also there's an infrastructure sort of set up at the cemetery there for a gate. You can close it if you want.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Particularly the signage is where to go with the cemeteries.
Yep.
I mean, like, people like to visit their loved ones in cemeteries.
Sure.
In the evening.
Yes, so like for that whole area, it's a whole area.
Education signage.
So you're saying don't do that big area, you're saying less it to the CBD?
That was my suggestion.
So Tagatai area is protected by the distance from the sea. South bit, sorry. Because also too, where Bruce was talking to, I have seen vehicles parked on the access path to the beach, which is a problem then because surf license can't get in if there's an accident.
Yeah, I talked extensively to Bruce.
Yeah, because I've asked people to move their vehicles down there for that very reason, that if there was an accident.
I don't think there's any signage saying don't park.
Right, and again, there's about 3 signs here and they're all blended together and there's the penguins, there's dogs and everything and you just don't read them because you've got them all piled on top of one another.
Certainly, I think we give a bit too much reliance on people actually stopping and reading signs when they really don't.
I would suggest we do a signage review across the whole district.
Yeah.
So, with the Sunset Point and the Beach Street area, we've got that as a restricted area. So, are we going to be covered by the 50 metres?
Well, the bylaw excludes areas that we set aside.
Okay, so I know Bruce mentioned about Sunset Point, he wasn't in those areas. What's everyone else think
They're not contradictory to say allowable within 50 metres of waterways and go against a rule of eliminating.
We've got a Thorns car park and toilet, so it's quite different, I think. And you really can only have a township ban if you have allowable areas. So we do have to have allowable areas, otherwise we can't have township bans. It's basically weighing that we have to do.
I've got lots of comments both ways, for Sunset Point actually.
Yeah. I don't particularly personally have a problem with Sunset Point or the Beach Street.
We've only put, I mean, obviously Beach Street and Sunset Point, there's big car parks and we've only allowed for a small kind of area. And we have the opportunity on Beach Street to allow one more car parking area. That was another thought that we had. Sunset Point, I think it's fine. It's just that one on the right-hand side of the toilets. It's not obviously all that big car park, and it's not the car park on the left.
So how many parks at Sunset? And how do we police that?
12.
That's too many.
We measured it. Can we measure?
Just measured it based out the size of the vehicle and then the size of the car park and how many would safely fit. So that was the number that safely fit.
The safety fit 12, but we don't have to have 12.
Yeah, it's maximum amount.
Yep. And then here, there are facilities here. In town, that they can go to.
Yeah, but that's not a reason to exclude it. And we're excluding a lot of places, I think.
So how many on
There's
Beach?
only part of Sunset Point, it's not the whole
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
There's only a small car park here in Beach Street as well, and that was 12 as well.
Yeah, that is only small, but yeah. I'd like to encourage, Beach Street and Sunset Point.
So does that
Well, I
take
think we
away?
are eliminating a lot.
Yeah, so does that take away parking outside the toilets down here? And you lose down there? If it was taking away all of the places within the Hoki area, it was, yeah.
Yeah, that was the idea. I think if you want to take away that one, you probably need maybe one more down that street.
Want to take away what?
If you want to take away K Square, then you should have,
Take that out, but I don't think we need to put an extra one into code for that, because that is not a place to have freedom camping for starters. Even though it's outside the toilet.
no, that's fine.
Why do we have to take, if we take one out from somewhere, why do we have to put another one in somewhere else?
It's all about the bylaw being appropriate and proportionate, like we have to have a balance.
Yeah, surely 24 parks is a lot of parks.
Yes, but we were talking about the whole district as well, we're not talking about just Upper I'm not taking it up,
So we're still talking the south side, when you're talking CBD, you said just have the CBD or have that, is that what it is? That or just the CBD?
My recommendation was that we shrink the township ban to just the CBD, but you don't have to take that.
What's the boundaries of that, of just the CBD?
Well, my idea was start from the highway side.
Like the highway back to St Mary's School, but that block, basically.
The 30K zone.
Yeah, essentially the 30K signs, yeah.
So when we look at that Hokitika map on our Love Hokitika, you know what I mean? That's CBD, but yeah.
Yeah, it's 30 kilometre signs.
So how does it then protect Cass Square if we're taking Cass Square out in the excluded area? If we're not taking the ban further through town?
We can like add that as an exclusion area, as council land, so we can put no camping area there.
If you go to police and monitor it, having two sites is better and easier to manage and monitor, isn't it, than having something that's in sites
And
around.
any signage at Cass Square, no camping?
I mean, the thing is, what's the precedence we're trying to set here? We're trying to protect our environment as well. We're trying to protect our town. If we have freedom camping allowed to be anywhere, if we just jump into the 30K area, we're allowed freedom camping anywhere else around it. What is that going to look like in 5 years' time? What are we creating? Are we creating something we actually don't potentially want? Are we creating other problems and issues?
You don't have to wait 5 years to review the bylaw. No, do bylaw anytime.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's.
And shut them.
Yeah, I just think if we start off how we plan to go on, it's better that consistent rather than chop and change, because chop and change creates confusion.
Just through the chair, you think about the evidence base you've got, does it stack up? I think that's the next important thing. It's nice to have, but then somewhere along the line we're going to have to put the evidence up. So the evidence is strong in terms of the CBD, I would suspect. And you've got stuff around, there's common stuff around traffic flows, like trying to have camper vans, even in the parking space is difficult. If they started staying longer than that time, you're going to have issues. And I think the point being around future thinking is about what's our planning for how we want this to grow and be managed in the town. But sorry, I know that's wider than what you're
Absolutely, so that's why the CBD stacks up 100%. So that's access to businesses, access for services, all of that sort of thing, which is not necessarily the same argument as the whole residential area. I mean, that's why I've come to that recommendation, absolutely.
Just to throw the cat among pigeons, how does that then allow Ross, Harry, and Whateroa, other townships the same protection for their CBD?
Exactly, so my recommendation was just to shrink those township areas to the ones that I've suggested as being most important and removing them from other places, which obviously create a lot more controversy.
You just referred to Hokitika with that statement.
Actually, sorry, Councillor Gibson just asked about the other townships as well, and so my recommendation is to remove the township bans from those other townships.
Remove those townships from the plan. Yep. It has to be consistent, doesn't it?
Well, they won't be the same. Some will have it and some won't.
Whatever doesn't want it.
It doesn't offer this, some are given a level of protection on their CBD, and you say no, that Ross potentially isn't a CBD, but it's still a township, and so is Whateroa, and so is Harry. We extended the protection to Hokitika based on it being a bigger CBD, but we can't really go and extend that same support to communities further south. I mean, Fran and Fox get it, which is great, and they have big issues with it as well, but that doesn't mean that the small players that don't necessarily have the same issues, because they do.
And yeah, it comes back to what this says, it's all about the evidence that we can provide.
I think what's bigger exposure for pokie with those parks down the Sunset Point with the village personally.
I also think that hopefully those there, like motorhome friendly, status or something as well, if we extended it past just the CBD. I don't know if it has any weight, but that was just something else to take into consideration. We currently have that status. But if we did this, then we would.
I've never seen freedom camping being an issue in the residential areas. In the residential areas.
Yeah, I don't.
At your place?
No, just in residential areas in the CBD.
In the CBD or in residential?
In the CBD.
Yes, so we're there, we ban it from here, but we don't need to ban the whole town because I don't think it's an issue.
In other words, they can still camp. Yes, we.
No, we can put a no camping thing just around Caspia, and that's because of the access to the playground and what's used currently within the community.
So they can camp at Lazy Park.
Yeah. Yes, it's, and that would possibly also be allowed to be excluded because of the children's playground. Yeah. Another good one to play actually.
That's more signage that needs to be paid for by lot.
And I've said it 10 times already, I'm going to continue saying it, we're still issuing blue red signs.
What was that say?
What was that mean?
How see about the cost of signs, because we keep talking about signs.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not about any sign at the moment, as long as they say 100 on them, which I assume a lot of people don't follow, and speed limits and everything else. So like we're going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on signs in every single place we're talking about. It's not going to stop them parking next to them. Well, some of them might, but you know, we've heard from Elliot and we've heard from others around the issues.
I think we need more effective signage.
Absolutely.
Regardless of the decisions that are made, we are going to have to have a look at the signage, at education, and the education. Yeah. I think we need to do that in a sense that's actually not try and separate them off. We try and do one big collective view, try and restrain what our costing could be for that. But it's clear that on multiple points, signage is. So I think we just need to factor that into the fact that it's going to be part of the bylaw, whatever we do, because it keeps coming up.
You're right.
I have a way. Something, and across the multiple points that the sign is raising. So instead of having 4 wee signs, maybe we think about being a little bit more sensible about having a bigger sign that covers it. But I take the point that people aren't going to read signs, you can't make them read it.
We're never going to stop all friends campers either.
No.
Are we? But we're going to try and educate them. We're never going to stop.
So Alicia, with the NZMCA, if you're a motorhome friendly town, village, community, whatever, then if we ban freedom camping in that community, in that town, village, whatever, then NZMCA will pull out of that place. Because I think Whateroa's got that status there. Because they have the golf course, the rugby grounds there, that they camper vans that belong to NZMCA can park there. They pay to park there and the community monitor it.
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on motorhome friendly towns, but they do.
Well, I suspect
We get some information on them, so I'll just see if I
Because,
can.
I mean, the community doesn't want freedom camping there, but they've got themselves as a motor-friendly town.
Because they want to take that freedom camping away, yes.
You can't freedom camp there, you can only be there if you belong to the NZMCA.
It's one of those park over properties. It's not listed on the
Motorola, it isn't one.
What?
Motorola, just on their website. The Motorola for Westland, we've just got a Aussie ticket. Is the official status on their site?
So if you want, the answer I got from, because I did check with the Motorhome Association, and they said Hokitika is a motorhome friendly town, and while the council proposes to create two small restricted camping areas, we have to consider the extent of the prohibited area against our criteria for certification, unless there has been significant issues with campus stay in Hokitika. I would question whether the extent of prohibition is necessary, appropriate, and proportionate. That's the only information I have about. I'm pretty sure the only Hokitika is one.
It's pretty unfair that they kind of hold us to ransom, isn't it? Because it's about them and not protecting what we have. And I just find that they've sort of always got to come to and say, if you do this, we'll do that. You can't do this, but it's, you know,
Well,
we
if
need
you
to protect
start
our
with
community.
saying, if you do this, then we will give you status.
Yeah.
So started as a positive thing.
The interpretation of the law is really tricky, so.
Yeah, but back in the days when Bruce was here, we met with NZMCA, Bruce Smith and I met with NZMCA, they said to us, if we did this, they would take us to court. So it was this bang bang straight away, which is not how you work through to get a good resolution for everybody, is it?
Case law would suggest that's still the case.
Yeah, and it's just a shame that that's, you know, how they always come across, rather than work with us. Yeah,
Sure, I'll get
yeah.
said, Mark Leadership Council definitely have legal bills for such conversations.
Yeah.
Well, I'm comfortable with the big freedom campsites at the Hunting Point beachfront.
That's right.
I'm comfortable with doing some
Yeah.
sites.
Well,
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the cancelled out to Legal
Yeah.
and then cancelled out Gas Square Playground. And probably a conversation with the Lions Club about the Zone Park, before we cancel that out. Or do we just cancel it out?
Well, yeah, because it's a point, isn't it? Because if you're, well, I mean, it's a playground for kids, what do you do there as far as responsibility to keep our young? You know, you don't know who's, well, I suppose you don't know who's in there, but you know what I'm saying? You know, but where do we draw the line? I suppose you're right though, Jane, because they've got the toilet there as well.
These arguments come from highway. Trying to teaching across our area. If that's the point we can make, that's the point that should be extrapolated to the rest of the communities.
Yeah. All right, so is everybody in agreement with that? Mr. 12 and 12?
Well, I'm like, really, I'm sort of, I'm like sort of Bruce Watson's comments about the cultural side of it, you know, that like Sunset Point, you know, you just got to explore that for local people and people that want to sort of view the area, just change things there. But anyway, that's just my view.
That's a valid point. That's a really valid point in this direction.
Yeah, definitely is. But I guess where the car park actually is situated, it's not like it's actually right on it. I do agree with you, but car park's actually right on that piece. But this is a good.
Yeah, by the toilets, isn't it?
Yeah. So.
What he's sort of saying, it could turn into, and that's what,
Yeah.
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 it's just,
I guess it's
I'm
up to
just
us
a little bit
to monitor
nervous
it.
about that.
We can monitor it, and if it decides to, we can always shut it. Over.
Do we have to go and consult if we choose to, if an area is not working, can we go and close it automatically?
Yeah, it's in the bylaw, you just have to go by law.
Put that in there, yeah.
Put the laws in there.
Well, you're gonna move.
Yeah, okay, it is good.
So, I think, yeah, okay, we'll go to move on, carry on.
So, back to, are you happy with just the immediate CBD, Sunset Point?
And Beach Street.
Beach Street?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I was just a bit nervous about, you know, and I just, what Bruce was sort of saying, he's had quite a bit of experience in that sort of stuff in the past, and, you raises a good point.
And the other side of it too is how the hell are we going to manage this and monitor this? Because I know it'll take a time, but we Bruce lives, that's going to be packed with pet events.
Not what he does yet.
Eh?
Not what he does yet.
No, thankfully he could come down and do that. We just
He monitors that very well for us.
Yes, he does, but, it's still,
The
yes.
monitor of the engineering chief executive may keep proposals.
Okay, so consensus around the table is 12 and 12 and no Care Square.
Confirm you didn't want another one down Beach Street, you're just happy with the one car park.
Beach Street.
So it's, this side of the toilets.
I thought you said there's 12.
Yep, it's just one.
12 parts.
Yeah, 12 parts.
Yeah, but it's a one area.
Yes, yeah, because it's near the toilets, isn't it? Yeah. Toilets and toilets, so it's 12 and 12 and the immediate CBD. Okay.
And it excludes the CBD.
It
excludes
the wider CBD.
So it's not 12, not left by 12 here, 12 here and CBD.
No, excluding the CBD, yes.
Exclude Care Square.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, that's right, isn't it? That's what you've got right here. Yep.
So through the chair, we land on Lake
Lazard Park, where did we sit with that? Was that discussion to have with the Lions? Is that going to make it itsy bitsy? Because it's actually, it's not actually. No.
Evidence campus up there or?
No, not that I'm aware of, but,
Is there a big car park there?
no, it's just normal parks.
I wouldn't worry about it. That's where you've got the ones that are parked, so.
Yeah. And Kopuku are going in there too, so that I would say they'll be filling up some of the parks.
Bathrooms are open.
That's the point.
Yeah, so it's a business that's going to be in there, so that's going to impact that. So I think we'll just leave that out.
Okay, perfect.
So with that, do you want to break for lunch? Or have you got, because that's that section, prohibiting townships, then we've got to go remove specific site restrictions where insufficient. Is that next?
Yeah, but we might need to talk about the other townships.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Right, shall we do that now? And then break for lunch?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Let's.
Can we start with Aotearoa?
Yep.
Logically north
So
end
north.
seems to be a bit of a
Yep.
gap somewhere potentially.
Yep,
Yeah,
Aotearoa.
We don't own any land in Aotearoa apart from the public toilets? Or do we own the land that public toilets?
Yeah,
are on?
that's all, the rest of these are the railways. Yeah.
Okay, so therefore I can't
No,
get
okay.
any of that, so.
I assume that might be why.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Kamara,
So, but what do we need to do around our public toilets? Or are we leaving, allowing it as a restricted site because there's toilets there?
If they're not on our land or how big is our land yet?
and they can't really get onto the other bit of land anyway. Yeah, so just, yeah.
If there's any issues with stuff, we
leave it.
can always revisit
Yes.
it,
Yeah, let's leave it, let's see what happens with the toilets opening in Aotearoa
yeah.
and see how that goes.
And we've talked about removing sites if there's issues.
Yeah.
What about adding sites in for a level of protection if, you know, in 2 years' time, there's an issue somewhere in town to add it into the list?
Yes, so we have to go through the bylaw.
So we have to review the
process, but we have to do that within 3 years anyway, because it's a new bylaw, so.
So Kamara next for Jackson.
Kamara, I didn't have any submissions about Kamara.
Kamara seems to be pretty well sorted.
They don't want it in the town, they just want it at the camp, at the grounds there, and that seems to be where it happens.
As well.
So again, that's around the education, we can just education. If you want a freedom campaign Kamara, please go to the domain. And I did have quite a lot of submissions around other community donations. So people suggesting we put that in other places as well, and that's not against the law. We can put community donations for all our townships if we want.
I was just reading something on Australia and they do that. Not theirs, they have a where they can do donations.
Yeah, so we can't technically charge, but we can say, can you please put $5 for the community in this
That's
box?
right.
Okay, so, and that's the other thing we can look at doing across the district.
Is there the likes of Kamara
Okay, I have that, yeah.
So non-compulsory donation, but highly encouraged non-compulsory.
Yeah.
And
That's
Dylan's
allowed.
Town's got the toilet there, so they're good as gold at Dylan's Town, because a lot of people camp there.
There was one from Kamara, from Kingston, saying that what's important is the attitude, not the certification of Freedom Campus. And I think that comes back in the whole education.
Yeah, yeah.
Leave no trace of your own.
Yes. And Kamara residents are pretty good at managing that, because anybody that parks all down by the bridge around the other side of the water there is, they generally ship them away from there. Dillman's Town's toilet there, so that's pretty well managed. So where's next?
So Renwu Woodstock, like the same as Kamara.
We'll stop, because they do camp there at the lane, and there's toilets there.
Donation again, and I don't, from memory, I don't think there's any, negative submissions.
No, I think it's set quite well.
So we're talking self-contained and non-self-contained in these sites.
They both have toilets.
Yes.
Yep, and it seems to be working well.
Yep, yep, yep.
They're not as, like, hugely as popular as other places.
Yep. Right, so where's next?
I think it's important to have those places with the non-self-contained zone that did come through in the submissions. Yes. So that people say is what they want as well.
Yes, 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 that was actually Blue Bellajane, yeah. Right, so what's next?
Potentially Canary. You know, township plan, I think, out there. We looked at, in our site assessment, we looked at community Canary domain.
Is it opposite the hotel?
At Canary was a good domain that we looked at until the site assessment.
Yes, it was fine.
Opposite the hotel?
No, that Kiwi Rugby field.
Oh.
Right, back there, not the actual domain.
Sorry, say again, Kate?
The field.
Yes.
Where I think Kiwi Boys trains or the lights, it was there, it was parking at one end of the kind of road.
Wow.
That we looked at, but I think in the assessment it was just,
It
it was slight access, it was, yeah, it was probably a bit dangerous pulling out into that road just after the bend. So that was how we deemed it as, not safe.
So do we push them to the domain and keep it tight there? Is that what you mean? No?
Well, we prohibited it there for safety aspects.
But now since we've shifted the band to just there.
I think, I guess it was, yeah, do want to just keep that area as prohibited, which was our recommendation. Does that make any sense? Sorry, I just very complicated story.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Do we need to pause?
No.
Do you want to stop?
No, I don't do that. So we've done Remu, we've done
Sierra Kamara, Remu. So the last one's Protect, Ross, Harry. Last three, maybe?
Ross. Okay, let's do Ross. Harry twice. Got all right. And then we just got last.
Do you want to do Protect?
All right, sorry. About
About
here by the mill.
Yeah, I think we just removed that. I don't think there's any issues there at the moment. There was submissions about the beach access, but again, that's protected by the 50 metres. And obviously it's on the street.
And I think the Liverpool Hotel, correct me if I'm wrong, Ash, you've got the with me. They've actually created a place, you know, the outdoor area. They've created a place, with
There's something like that, because I think last this morning it looked like.
no, whether they call it a pot or
Road. I think it's probably council reserve that they're doing it on.
Yeah.
They've done all of them. Do it in the farm end, I think.
We should check that.
Wasn't it the beach? And this is actually right near the outdoor garden area. So I think they've created a pot.
My assessment driving past the other day back from work would be similar to what Jane said, that it looked like it was on road reserve. And I assumed it was pretty camping, yeah. So you could look like building on the road and
Besides that outdoor area.
I will see it on the road. goes.
On the right-hand
to beach
side,
to
just
pay
as you're
for
going
access.
to.
Oh, you're talking about that road that goes down to the beach?
Yeah.
Yes, or that, the pub. Yeah, yeah.
So I think they're using it as part of their setup. I think it's actually probably.
I think it's legal road.
Yeah, we should just. It really is very seldom is an issue dealing with.
There's always people camping there, but they're generally chucked in, backed in, and they, yeah.
Yeah, and often they're just there to the sunset and the evening fishing and go again as well.
Okay.
So we must be back to, well, Ross. Yep. Submissions from Ross.
Yeah, so they don't want it anywhere near the Chinese gardens, the rugby grounds, or anywhere else, and then down Beach Road where they, Top Gina's. So we go speed sign to speed sign?
It's just going back to that evidence base, whether we can improve those kind of three criteria.
Well, people park outside the hall, and the hall is for community use, not for public parking. And they have events and meetings, etc. there, so can we use that, that respect?
Yeah, that's only one element of this. So,
As far as down the bottom of Beach Road, that's water.
Yeah, so that's probably covered anyway in the 50 metres.
And not safe at the erosion.
Yeah,
probably.
Cemeteries are covered by.
No, they're not.
Reserves.
We need to go outside the speed limit.
No, but they're covered by the reserve bank.
Oh,
and
the
we were
reserve
going-
bank, yes, sorry,
and
yes.
just making sure the signage
Yes.
for
Yeah.
the education was.
Someone did mention it earlier, what about the land at the beginning of the cycle trail? You know, where there's all that grassy area, who owns that?
If the railways give it to us, we make that as a bridge.
Probably did, yeah.
We'll look it up, RG.
That would be an inviting place for people to park up.
I think we're going to they don't get the odd ones that park there.
You mean in town by the frame or by the bridge? Back by the memorial?
That road, when you go off Beach Road,
To the Dover Bridge, to the.
Where the mill used to be.
in the middle there, sort of, this grassy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably could get the other campus staying up near the sign, wouldn't they? Near the information desk.
Yeah, they do. And that dot car park,
Yeah.
they park
So-
there.
Hard to place that
I
probably.
think it was sort of steering clear of there at the moment. Wow. I understand they might even put that on the market, that place.
The dock.
Yeah.
Oh, which place? Oh, beach.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, if you, we would need an allowable, like, my recommendation would be an allowable area if you wanted to ban the entirety of Ross.
Oh, yeah, we've got a problem there because, up by the dock on the, with, up on the, where the toilets are, that car park there, vehicles park there overnight. So if that's an allowed area by dock, we can't actually, I don't know whether that's dock or whether that's the info site.
It's not listed as.
It's not.
So we actually need to check that because, camper vans definitely park there, it's flat, so you're not, you know, not like parking outside, Cass Square, you know, like that. And there's toilets there, so, and they use, the water that's there for the golf paddock, they use that for washing their teeth and laundry.
Yeah, issue, but.
Okay.
Not the issue.
No, well, it's not, but I don't know who owns it if it's not docks.
Owned by Ross Goldfields Information.
Right, okay. So we can't, if we, what I'm saying is if we ban freedom camping in the township of Ross, that undermines them accepting camping. And Rick, that was here speaking on behalf of Ross, he manages the, that info site
Yeah, that's on our land. So it wouldn't, so we're only habiting.
on our land.
Yeah, so we can't do
Okay.
what they do, it's sort of prevent
Yep,
our
okay.
land.
That's right.
Okay, so the Chinese gardens and the rugby ground
Yeah.
are not our land.
Chinese garden would be held by 50
I think
minutes.
the road, oh, maybe I should bring this up on screen, the road that our road reserve goes through but one spot in Ross.
Ross is so funny.
It's all out on
That would be just in Ross.
We own the field, a portion of it, and the Chinese garden looks like it's predominantly dock, but then there's also a strip of road reserve, so I'm not really sure.
And that's a waterway anyway, the Chinese Gardens, so that's covered with that.
I would say Ross will be generally covered. I mean, the cemeteries are covered by the Reserves Act, the beach road is covered by the 50 metres. So I don't see any reason for prohibiting the town, other than we have had a substantial amount of submissions from the Ross.
And the pub seem to manage the what? And then if we come back to the education thing, if you want a freedom camp in Ross, please go to the pub where you can pay for $5 or $10 or whatever.
This is not going to stop them from camping around the hall though, is it?
No, nothing was around the hall, but maybe we locate that sign at the hall.
No freedom camp.
Yeah.
If we look around, I think we're going to be spending weeks on site.
Yeah. But that's probably one site we need to recognise as being a potential issue, is that how we manage that Ross Hall area car park, because I know they get people parking there, and people have even parked there when there's been do's on in the hall, and then you go to come back out of your car and you can't get out. So,
yeah. I think that's come back to education.
Yeah.
And there's enough campgrounds and there's enough, cafes and stuff in Ross, so we can just.
We can have a conversation with the community on how we're going to potentially manage this.
Yeah.
So the Goldfields, I'll talk to Rick about that one.
Was there any staff here?
Well, have you got to say or something? They're all leaving you.
I would have thought, Alicia, what's going on? I don't know. So, with this remove specific site restrictions where insufficient evidence has been provided.
That's literally what we're discussing now.
Yeah, I know, but, so, I mean, Keswick, I get that. The Harry Hall is a civil defence post. And it's an event area. And it's the same with the Ross Hall. So I would have thought that they were sufficient evidence to incite restrictions. I know, I'm not, don't take it wrong.
No, I had to write evidence and I did my best at writing it.
Yeah.
Apparently I wasn't good enough. But I think if we remove the township bans, then that will kind of make a more compromise that we need. That's kind of why we're going through each township and thinking about that.
I don't think you'll ever freedom camp again in your life.
What worries me is we're leaving those communities subjected to issues on the critical asset of the community halls, which are used.
Helen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I just say my 5 cents worth about that, please?
You can.
Just going back to Lazar Park, we actually had to build the car park as part of our resource consent for building the hall. So these car parks at community facilities are very important and are actually required by, the resource consent of the facility. So you can't have them filled up with Freedom Campus.
And that would be the same for all community halls then, wouldn't it?
Well, I would assume so.
Yeah, so okay, so we need to check that. Thanks, Riley, because we had talked about Lazar Park, so that confirms that one, so that's brilliant.
But realistically, you can't operate any community facility like that efficiently without a car park. And so if people are turning up, like you say, and they go out and there's a van parked behind them, or there's people with their washing line strung up to their car or what have you, it just causes huge issues.
Yep. Okay. Excellent. All right, so we'll need to get
go back to that.
Yeah. So we need to recognise that for those areas and focus that. Thanks, Riley, for that. That's excellent. So Harry, we've got that with the hall as well.
Yeah, I know we're happy to remove the township ban of Harry. It's in line with what we're doing for other.
Yep.
And then the last one, sorry, more fast.
This one row.
Yeah, sorry, we can do one on you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, you're leaving too now.
See you later.
Thank you, Elliot. So I was down and spoke to the Wataroa community, which was slightly different to what we heard today from the Wataroa community. But they weren't anti a township ban. They do really want tourists in their town, but they sort of just wanted a way to manage everything. They were kind of worried about the site down by the river, but again, they were happy to have that site if there was signage and other stuff as
It's
well.
taken care of now with the water ban anyway.
Yeah, so I would remove the township ban on Wateroa, and I don't think they'll have huge amount of issues.
And what about that slide that's down there? What it was made quite clear, it's not a camping site, by the gravel pits.
So there was mixed views on that. So they were obviously worried about it from a hazard point of view, but they were also quite happy to have it because they kind of want freedom campers in their town. So what they suggested to me was, yeah, have some more signage and potentially if we could get West Roads to, flatten another bit of it out and just manage it a bit better. Yeah, and make it more clear. And they weren't totally we don't want it at all. Because I said to them, oh, we can remove something. The easiest thing for us to do is remove off camping and the ants and stuff and discourage people to go there. But they weren't super into it either. So I think we could try and manage it slightly better. My suggestion would be. And they were quite happy to have a community person go and regulate it, although they won't pay for it. And they're using their domain as a POP, so they didn't want any there, and that's fine as well. That all domains or areas already met. So that's our only piece of council land specifically there in the town. So I would just not have a township ban, try and manage the Wateroa River area better in terms of signage enforcement, that sort of stuff. And again, if it doesn't work, if we have issues, we can always close it.
We've got that in the points.
Closure, so. Yeah.
Yeah. So what have we got there? Past.
Wateroa, no, sorry, we've done Wateroa, we've got Hearts next, yeah. So we allowed some sites at the playground.
So we've done, so the waterways we've done from outside the road down. Yeah.
Yes, space, and now it's just like a past.
Township.
Yeah, I'll remove the township ban just to check.
Yeah, so it's last playground, Marks Road.
I removed the township ban just to be consistent, and we did allow areas at the highest playground.
Past.
I can't remember if we had any.
Also, towards street parking, it's probably going to be a hard one to argue with that.
I think we had a lot of submissions.
No.
Anything in the past either, so I thought that was probably fine.
And yeah, they've pretty good at self-policing in the area.
Yeah.
So when you talk about the Haas Township or the Haas?
I'm talking about playground now.
The Haas Township.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent. Yep. Done that as well.
Yes, all the townships.
So, yep, that's all the townships done, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then, so it's the halls, Ross Hall, Harry Hall.
Yeah, so we've agreed Cascaves and no, that's fine. Ross Hall and Harry. So.
I think there's sufficient evidence on why they cannot have parking there.
Yeah.
Because first and foremost, they're a civil defence base.
And do you want to put like a big dot around that? Okay, that's fine.
And then it's usually what they want.
Yeah.
Also, it takes the process to be used for that secondary purpose of civil defence without trying to move people on.
You talk about
It's just a car parks at those two halls specifically. It's done on the sites. Yeah.
And Brands is taken care of, as is Fox with that ban anyway. So those are covered well, so that's good. And Haas is not impacted with the hall versus where we've got those sites for camping anyway. So that's by and large a lot of those communities protected there. So that's good. It's tidy. So does everybody want to break for lunch now? Then it's 1 o'clock. Yes, Alicia's ready for a break.
You lost everyone, mate.
I know. That's my fault. That's right. Okay, so let's break for lunch at 1 o'clock. Come back when? 1:30?
Yeah, easy.
You happy with that, Alicia?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Are we trotting through it nicely? Oh, can I have a move and a second, please, that we break for lunch now? Thank you, councillor Beard, councillor Davidson. Thank you very much. All in favour? Right, aye, right.
Okay, now hang on, Tam, because let's figure out how to pause it.
Right. Yep. Right. And lunch is out in the kitchen. It's very served. Oh, fine. Yes, fine. Well done. You're doing well, you really are.
Thanks, Alicia, you're doing amazing.
1:35? Is that right? Yeah. Right for time. And everybody's in here that was here before. And Alicia, we'll hand back over to you.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're up to talking about my recommendation of removing specific site restrictions. As we were challenged on those for not providing specific evidence. So those three were Ross Hall, Harry Hall and Cass Square. We've obviously discussed Cass Square and decided Cass Square is out. So that leaves Ross Hall and Harry Hall. If you think we have sufficient evidence, we can prohibit those as well. So that's for this.
And I think we already agreed that due to the fact that they are self-defence bases and community halls, that they should be removed. This is on the table.
And under lots of use.
Yes, yes, community use, but also the civil defence post as well. Yep. So we can have those removed.
When you get them out from these two.
Yeah, so the next point that I just wanted to make was we have prohibited, iwi wanted prohibited Arohara Historic Bridge, Milltown and Bruce Bay. Those have been discussed and agreed on, which is totally fine. Except I've seen additional evidence from the iwi to prohibit those in the bylaw.
Yep. And that Milltown shelter, is that near water?
Yeah, it is, but it's not right by the water.
Yeah, it's not as such, but Francois said no when you asked, but you need a reason to validate that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I think the other 2 points, Helen, we've already covered all.
Yep.
And I think the next step is to deliberate on the submissions. So I have provided you guys my comments on the submissions, and they were based at that point in time. Obviously, we have deliberated and discussed since then, so then you can write a comment and say it.
And it's a collective comment, not individual? Yep. Okay, so I will just join the Zoom meeting and I have my that table.
I couldn't find it either.
I did find it last week.
And then it was good reading. I did too. Yeah, I was saying.
Search your inbox from Penny for Wednesday last week.
Okay.
He's on selfie mode.
No, that's from Penny on Wednesday. It's the hearings and the bylaw.
Yeah. That
That's.
one's got all the information.
Oh.
Well, diving, wait.
Oh, I know.
Who answered them?
Me?
Riley and I went for coffee on the bike.
There's a trick to see how confident people are for those in the December.
Just talking to us. Let's get ready.
Everyone see that okay?
So this, when you look at the stats on for and against, we've actually pretty well supported that. Do you think Western Council should introduce a proposed responsible freedom camping bylaw? That was close, 35-30.
And then I think some of those vote or comments on that one were ambiguous.
Yes.
Because we had people both that were pro-freedom camping and that were anti-freedom camping saying that opposed it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really.
No, but that one was close, but that's the proposed bylaw allows for freedom camping of both certified and certified self-contained and non-self-contained vehicles. Do you agree? 51 were for. Agreed.
I would just like to say that, but yeah, we asked those 3 questions, and Councillor Neil was right. People didn't necessarily read all the information for the 3 questions, so we've got a lot of supporting the bylaw but not wanting free camping, and we've got a lot of we hate self-contained because they should camp where there's toilets are. We've only allowed areas for non-self-contained where there's toilets, so, but yeah, I did provide you that table too.
Each one of these. Yes, so. It's really right there. I've just pulled it up on the okay, council comments. Okay.
And also the staff comments.
Yeah, and we can blanket coverage these. We're going to go through these now, which is the submissions, for and against, and staff comments are there. What we can do is just agree to the staff comments, as opposed to formatting something to every submission.
One can sit here.
I'm not really sure about the rules.
No, because it's a long time to stand and do that.
Do you want to go back here or?
Come up here and to full seat. Because it's a long time to stand when we're working through this. We're sort of in a workshop type approach really now, aren't we? Workshop meeting possession. Okay. Cool. Interesting, that first one of Samuel's was Okarito including the road. Removed all township vans except, including the road wasn't it? Yeah, which is kind of what we've done anyway, isn't it? So we actually, so that first one, we would be quite comfortably say that we support staff comments. That. And we're the same with the second one with Barry. Yeah. Really happy for that, and we support our comments on that one. Because it's what we sanctioned as well. And same with his partner. Yeah. Right, not Barry. Sorry, it's Kathy that works for him. Judy's.
Points around the hours.
Judy's. So she's actually agreeing with what the comments were. She probably did that. So we're supporting Judy Cardno, supporting staff comments. So what Alicia's done is summarise the submission.
Through the chair, I've written a response to the agreed question.
Yes. Yes, yeah.
So it's that one, she thinks we should have more lenient, time restrictions. That's not something we've discussed. And she was more lenient time restrictions. I think in general, everyone was happy with the time restrictions. We've had a debate on that before. Previously.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, what is it, 8 to 7? Yeah.
Are they consistent with other places? Is that driving us to the challenge?
I think I've seen signage up at other places where it's at 8 to 7.
Yeah, it's consistent. Yeah, and that just gives that car park or area available for other parts of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, submission time, we support them, it's a month. You give 2 months of what, 3?
Yeah, it's very actively talking about what's coming this proceeding as well.
Yeah. So overall, we support staff comments on that one. Lauren's, I found who's quite, Lauren. I'd like to, sign I certainly supported Alicia's her comments here, go to that submission, but what's everybody else think? D, number 6. Those things, I guess you've got to think back to what that person submitted, what they said in their submission, and then take Alicia's comments.
We do have a full table from Alicia with each comment, but it won't show it.
No, it'd be too wide. Yeah.
Sorry?
We have a full table that Alicia made with each comment, and then her start comments on the end, but it won't fit on the screen, so I'm just trying to fit down.
Think through the chair, if you guys follow through appendix 3, that's on the screen, and you can read what the submission is.
So where's that?
Also, posting,
Yeah. 32. We're going to go through each submission. So did you say you've got that summarised into submitter and Alicia?
Alicia has it summarised, submitter and all the details.
So where's that?
Answer to each question. It's on a separate table, but I haven't broken it down in there. And just the information that is looked at, addresses and details and things on that form also. So I was querying for it on the screen with the through time.
So we're going to need to go backwards and forwards from the submission to your summary.
I think you've got the submissions on your screen, then you can read those, and then you can read the comments, and where it is. On page 41.
Celia. Yeah, so yeah. Yes, we supported. So we've, and for Cecilia's one, we've taken into consideration the cemetery. So what was, so we've managed that as reserves, yep, so that's kind of Cecilia's one, isn't it? So we're really quite happy with Alicia's response to Cecilia's. Next we have Jared Odermans.
Main thing was that he only wanted self-contained and not in bed.
Yes.
He raises the point about fines. He's saying, say, 500. We set it at 400, and actually 800. Why? They've asked this question before, but I forgot. Why have we not gone for $800? Carol's coming from the Tiger. I'm sure if they obviously would be easier to put that in place, but are we not in our best position to be like they're going to find qualified?
Yeah, we just followed so it is, I don't know that. In the legislation, it says what fines you can do to what people, and we just follow that, that bylaw.
Yes, it's very strict, it's being excluded.
But if you're allowed to go up to 800, 800's got another 16 on 400. Look, I mean, are we not in our best position to be putting the harshest penalties on infringements to make it more of a determined?
So what you could put the council is to look into point 4 of Alicia's comment. That's charging at toilets, donation schemes or whatever, because I think that's something we should look at.
We looked at charging
People
for
who donation
toilets.
Yeah, so you put that in, and that's something for us to follow through and make sure we do follow through with. And friends, it's been removed, it's been excluded. So that's, is there any heavy, that's for Jared's one, comments?
That's tax-free right out, because that's
Okay.
going to change the
Well, no, because our comment is, because that's what Alicia took from the submission. Our one is that Friends Joseph Township has been excluded from today's discussion. Alicia's comment is from pre-discussion today. And then, so the finding is that the township's been excluded, and council will look into point 4 of the staff comments regarding charges. We put in there and fines.
Well, he mentions fines.
Yeah,
I'd
put in there
some clarity
and
around
charges and fines, and ability to fine. Yeah, and ability to fine.
So is that set in concrete, or would there be like discretionary powers on that?
Bylaws, from my review, but something.
So we need to look at that legally and make sure we can.
Yeah.
And how we go about it. So we'll put that there as more work to be done looking at that. And it's also the ability to charge, but also the fine, and ability to fine. Yeah, so we'll look into that, because that's something that's, yeah. Yes. Cool, good, yep. Key point for us to bring back to the table for us next week. And next we have Nicola, passed. No, we won't be sorting towards some new spots enough, are we? So the house beach has been added to it through the water exclusion. And she's talking about signage, which is something we're talking about. Yeah.
The house beach being that category?
Yes. Water, yes. 50 metres? Yeah. You're not, probably borderline. Yeah. From where you park and then walk to the beach, but yeah, probably borderline 50. Yeah, quite true, right.
Comes down to what definition of beach, high tide or outside each of the sand dunes.
Well, there's an area you can drive right through here where they've taken the post down through from the old super station.
Most ones are in high tide, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Struggle to capture some of these areas.
The same thing again as the signage, so those has been increased to 50 metres.
Oh, yes.
So again, that will follow through with signage and communication. There's a project highlighted in here. Is an action point. And I mean, potentially, as far as bringing back enforcement officers, that will just really come down to what the government does do and affords us with the, well, I don't think the government quite knows how they're going to disperse it. Because one conversation was that for the coast here, they'd be splitting it for the 4 councils. And so 3 of us immediately said, well, why would you give the regional council some of that when they've got no affiliation to the tourism market or anything else, which is what it's supposed to be supported. So,
And then you move into how they program.
yeah.
District councils,
Yes.
so we get a far bigger number of organisations and increase that drive. Can you just for consistency, ways that need to be bodies before?
No, I think we left it as waterways, didn't we? But because water bodies covers lagoons, waterways, character waters, and up.
That's why I said bodies is in
And they, yes, yeah, yeah, to highlight that and just check, yeah, that's good, that's pretty much highlight too. Yeah. So is everybody quite happy with what we've got up there with Nicholas? And on to Benjamin's. So we're quite happy with Alicia's comments there. I think so.
On council's behalf.
Yep.
Whose comments, Alan?
On Alicia's, so we've got the submission here, and then up there is Alicia's summary of the submission.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's nothing in there about signage cost or Brenda's got stuff, challenging. Yeah, well, she's supporting a lot of it, but she's recognising where some of the problems are. But I think Ashley's quite right that we need to probably formally send a letter of thanks out to Ben for what he does do.
Oh, yeah. Actually, they sort of, they contradicted each other a bit. You talk about how crappy it was, there's shit everywhere,
Yeah, yeah.
And then he came along and said it was all good,
Yeah, yeah.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
Disagree with you, dispute.
No.
But eventually sons grow up and see the, of their way.
Yes, good. See the parents got sense. Right, so down to Kent's now. Oh, sorry, Brenda's. Yeah, Brenda's, we agreed with the summarisation, didn't we?
Again, as a recommendation from council's we agree, council should take government funding to pay local people on these restricted sites. As far as that situation, we can't put rates up 2-3% to cover these costs.
You've just put MBIE funding, or yeah, to be pursued as an action point. I mean, it's something that we're doing anyway, but highlight it so it's in the section 2. Just comment on that. Kent's. Is it just represents the attitude of the Freedom Camp and not certification? That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Since my challenge is that everyone can be trusted to be responsible to act.
Leave no trace.
So that's, you can probably just highlight, Alicia's comments and that one, but Kent's, it's, yeah, as an action that would, yeah, oh, yeah, so, yeah, cool, sorry. Right, so everybody happy with that? So from Kent's one, we've just taken out the fact that before the staff comments regarding charges and ability to fine. Kara's submission, McCarthy's. The sites which was primarily Bruce Bay. I'd actually pick that Paul wrote this rather than Cara. The words.
What makes you think that?
Right.
Who are we to disagree with what's culturally sites and the protection they want to sites there?
So that's what we need to look at, is refer back to what Alicia said about having more conversations with the iwi on sites of significance, cultural impact, etc.
Yeah, we just need the evidence base, they manage it like that. But we have taken on board this submission and done as much as we can for the land that we own. I think that's the other thing, they've suggested a lot of restrictions, which is fine, but it's not on our land, so we can't.
And then Paul's got here, sorry, Kara's got here the toe thinner, which is fox, so we know that that's a problem, but that's not.
They obviously push that fight.
Yes. Yeah.
We want to hold just.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, the words are actually spot on with what was Secretary here with us.
If I can, for commercial.
Cat staff will have more conversations with you regarding sites and restrictions.
Anyone else tested the world of a buffer around commercial
Staff will have
campgrounds?
more conversations with you regarding sites and restrictions, regarding sites of cultural.
So Margaret Kill
Sites of cultural significance. Alicia, you happy with that? Council staff will have more conversations with you regarding sites of cultural significance. Yep. Council cannot restrict use of land that belongs to others. No, correct.
That's a really important point to make.
Yes, it is. And that's probably something we need to convey when we go out with some sort of public summarisation of this. So are we happy with that for McCarthy? Okay, Catherine Benny. Banned that anyway, haven't we? As an area, so that's kind of administrative space to
Free reading for like marine live,
yeah, marine live, not live. Yep. But yeah, no, we support the comments here, staff comments here on Jackson's Bay. Catherine?
Yep.
Yep. It's been removed. Right, Paul and Olivia Sutton, Jackson's Bay. So same again. So do we need point 2 in there, Alicia, start following our, because that's removed, isn't it? Or you're just acknowledging their points in this, aren't you?
Yeah,
okay. Yep, so we just support staff comments on that one. Rebecca from the West Coast. Well, no, I'll say more sympathy from Prince Joseph. So we've banned that anyway, so, taking that out, I should say.
No, I think that's exciting.
And the same for the helicopter line.
Do we acknowledge that she says there's no campgrounds and there's something to think about where it is? Like, it's significant, well, and should be able to do it for a place of.
It's probably a wee bit risky to do because we're actually allowing freedom camping in areas close to campsites. So if we don't acknowledge that, we're still saying, well, we agree with you, but in the same token, we're going to still let people freedom camp in close proximity. No, because how do you define close proximity? I mean, you know, a 5K, 10K distance is still close proximity, isn't it? If you're here, you're down Sunset Point thinking, oh, I might stay in a particular night. It's a stone's throw to go to any of the campsites that we have here. But to say that we support the fact that we've got plenty of businesses that could come up those campers, these without freedom camping, we're sort of arguing amongst ourselves with that. It's just saying we shouldn't be saying we acknowledging at that point, but we probably leave ourselves open to a bit of crossfire. So we agree with the comments, Rebecca? Yeah. Same. Let's provide in the process of the learning that was attended the parents up for it. And it's been acknowledged and committed to support the action.
Just on the, Helen, you talked about that close proximity of campsites and like the one down at Rebel Street and Beach Street, where the resume shop used to be. I see they're doing some development at the back there. And I assume, do they get a resource consent to do that at all?
What are they doing there?
Well, from what I understand is that they're putting in for camping, you know, for
Oh.
I don't think you need a don't quote me.
Yeah.
But I don't think you need a resource consent for this. Is it a pop or pet? House over? Park over something. Pop. You can look it up.
Yeah, I think I was honest about communicating council regarding if they would find a resource consent project.
So allowing freedom camping down that road undermines what they're trying to achieve. They're trying to create a business, which.
Well,
and right across the road there, you know, that's where we're saying there's going to be free camping.
Yeah.
I'm just not saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm just.
No.
Which is the problem.
But it undermines the fact that they're investing in trying to create a business, and then we're going to allow freedom camping outside their doorstep. Eh?
We're also promoting for the cafes and
Park over property scheme.
I don't think it's any different to any other campground, but what's the difference?
It's just right on the doorstep, really, isn't it? I mean, that's no different to the people at the coffee shop down on the way to Sunset Point complaining and getting the Swallow moved because it was in opposition to their business.
If you had land or space suitable for motor caravan parking overnight, you can be a pop. There are rules. But basically, I think you're going to do with the council free use. Private properties that provide either free overnight parking, brackets, no request for donation, set fees, or visitors will be required to pay if using the facility. So they're not.
No, I don't.
They can request donations, or they can set fees if they want to.
So we've got
Yes,
9 of those in the
yeah.
district. Ross, Cocktail, Otira,
It's one of the
Cumberland,
and
Kamara, Blue Spurs, and
Yeah.
the golf course, and the Honeypot Cafe.
I think we've created about 6 parts behind that building.
I've sort of looked into the detail of it. I just, when I go past there, and someone said that they're looking at putting some sort of camping area there, and I'm just sort of thinking if council sort of approved it, then we're sort of, got having a friend camping right across the road there. Anyway.
Yeah, I think they did ask, they did make some inquiries. We're doing an Airbnb on a lower level on the top at the top.
Okay, so moving down, we've got Fiona's, Fiona's going up 1 pin. We've got Robin's and Fiona's and the one above that are all the same. Okarito has been added as an exclusion zone for the entry of the state highway as a conclusion to just today's discussions. And then we go down to Alice's one, which is Franz Joseph, which again is the same for Franz Joseph. She's talking about the heliport site. The surveillance will be the same. And so will Megan's. As far as Megan's comments regarding those other areas, as in the Water Road, Flat Road, reviewing that point, that concern. Action point from that one.
Good points around Harry Harrington maintaining advantage of the facilities they have. Charge $50 a night.
Because that's happening in Water Road anyway, and Harry don't choose to do that. It's what do I do these through the NZMCA membership? Association. So the request is a special meeting which you had, and with that, today, and that summarises up well, doesn't it? Is everybody quite happy with Alicia's summary for the Wairau Community Association?
Yeah.
Then, Franz Joseph is the same. Council should stick to doing council stuff. One is the same for River, I think she had the River concern as well. And enforcement, River concerns noted. And she had the enforcement. Enforcement, ability to enforce, acknowledge, highlight that because it's an area that will be chasing up. Right, Sandra Long, everybody. Yeah. Sandra Lee. Ross Lakefront operated by the Historic Ross Hotel at $2 a night. So where's the Motorhome Association pop site in Ross? No, it's Historic Ross Hotel. Ross Lakefront operated by the Historic Ross Hotel, $10 a night.
The lakefront is not happening.
Yeah, but in here it's got Motorhome Association pop, $5 a night. I'm just wondering where that is.
I think it's above the hotel and they manage it.
Yeah, that's what they've got here. That's the Ross Lakefront operated by the Historic Ross Hotel at $10 a night.
Yeah.
So is that one and the same? Because it's got Motorhome Association pop camp, $5 a night. So,
There's one next door and there's one across the road.
so that pop one might be. So have we covered those sites then, Alicia? Because we're allowing it, aren't we?
Remove the township ban, but we decided not to allow
At the hall.
that's what she's considering.
So, and the lakefront shouldn't be happening because of the waterway. Top 10 campground is there, and that's a business we've taken away from the sea. I'm just wondering where that Motorhome Association pop camp is.
Might be on the next one.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Next to the pub.
I think so, yeah.
Angus Brothers next, and Davidson.
Straight up top.
Mr. Davidson's next, while Ash tries to find where the campground is.
Got 2 L's in it.
Yeah. Yes, quite right. Alan, it's all right. Just use the beer train.
Oh, is it not supposed to have to?
No, it is, it is. I just took a brother. We happy with Alicia's comments with Mr. Davidson, number 27? And then we go on to Mr. Berry. Graham, it's unusual that he hasn't, but he did want to speak. He didn't. Yeah. So Graham falls outside. Scott Doherty's is no longer Freedom Camping site. Okay, so he's left off his own property so that he can fall within his own place. So if he wants to have Freedom Campers on his own land, he can because it's outside the boundary. Just need to make sure that Dockers Creek is actually not blocked. Right, just make sure that Dockers is so is everybody quite happy with Alicia's summary there for Graham's? And we'll just check that to be 100% sure that Dockers Creek is completely blocked off.
It appears to be Pete's Park. It looks to be somewhere around the trains going.
Oh, it'll be Peter Cornish.
Bloody Nora. It will be
But you
two.
need to read more, you need to log in.
It will be two, so how,
And if it's on his land, you can't stop it.
it's not his land, his land's up the back. His land starts where you go up the hill. His land starts at this gate just in the bushes there, and that's where he starts. Actually, I don't know whether his land does start there, because up there is a rubbish, which is ours. Yes, so he starts at the end of that. So we might just have to do an action to check with that Coppers. Pete's Pop, we might have to check that, because if he's taking money off people that are parked on our land, you say $5. Can you check that Pete's Pop that's in Ross? I'd be presuming it's Mr. Cornish, and it's at the Chinese Garden according to the pictures, which is not his land. So if he's charging people to camp on our land,
We pay this with Billy Maderas.
Billy will claim more ownership than Mr. Madeira, although they both fight over that, don't they? But we probably need to check on that and actually tidy that one up. Right. Thanks, Bob. Yes, so just quickly check on that one, to be sure that everything's above board and, the visit. Thank you. That's all right. Where are we at? We've done Graham's, GB's, Rick's.
Rick did well this morning.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. He's my night shining on that man.
Ross Cemetery, no brainer. Ross Beach Road, we've done that. And House Road and Station Road. Now we haven't done Station Road for the Tocha River to Ross Beach, so he's wanting a blanket ban, which is out past the realms of what we can do. And more summary was so does that meet? It doesn't actually, does it? Because Rick's saying, can we go from the turn off to the Tocha River to Ross Beach Road?
Wage. Can you also kind of comment at some just comment around cemeteries further up, because he cemeteries is
just put refer and highlight and read or something, and you can go back and find it if you want. So have we covered enough of Alicia's comments on Rick's? And so he wanted a full band, didn't he, from point to point, which we can't do, we've decided not to do. So we covered with that, not quite, are we, because it was a recommendation, well, it's saying a review.
Yeah, I think we've had a robust discussion.
Yeah, yeah, but it's just not giving him what he's seeking.
no, I think it's all right.
No, just whether we need to put that in there. Restriction be lifted in Ross due to lack of evidence under the 3 criteria. Actually just put refer to point 4, because that's the recommendation, is that review the township restriction be lifted. So as much as he wants it in place, we just need to acknowledge why it's not. Rachel's, no, to Caius. Rachel. My friends is above. One thing that concerns me with the likes of Friends is also, what stage do we look at the rubbish management? Because knowing when I worked in Friends that the rubbish bins by the toilets and at the hall used to get chock-a-block full of Freedom Campers rubbish, and if they couldn't fit in the bins, they put them on the ground. So, yes.
We've just had 10 additional rubbish bins installed, the Care one.
Oh, they have two, haven't
Yeah,
they?
so there's
Okay, so that should be
rubbish
managed,
bins.
yes,
I
okay.
think one though point, I can't recall if it was today, someone said about the rubbish bin in Wataroa on Harry School getting overfilled.
Yeah, Wataroa.
Those towns are also on the radar to get more rubbish bins, so, yeah. But Friends has definitely got ample rubbish bins.
Okay. So who's is that one? That was, Vince Lane. Vincent's. So that's covered. One underneath is covered, on Vincent's is covered. Yep, support staff comment, and of course Friends has been dealt to. Brianna. Brianna's is the same as the other Friends Joseph ones. Sure, Spain. Janelle's. Yes, yes. And she's actually talking from right, isn't she? That's the country as well. Ellen's will be the same. Cooperman Parks. Yep. Tony's will be the same. This one shows. And Fiona's from Ross. What is she? Boyd. I've never seen Boyd used for a word as, what is it? So Fiona, Ross we've covered. So Alicia, with these, because I mean, these are your summarisation of their submissions, and then we've gone and made calls. So just saying we agree with your points. Is that going to cover us enough? She's got the charging for the toilets, facilities and stuff. We've noted that in other ones, haven't we? Charges, ability to charge is being investigated. Yeah. So everybody quite happy with where we are with these comments? We'll now just repeat it on that we've already covered them all.
So they had, in what format do they go back to this?
Through the chair, I do not think they do have minutes.
Well, that's not my understanding. My understanding that this is attached to a council report where you approve the bylaw. So you get an appendix with the old bylaw, the revised bylaw, and then you get an appendix with all the changes. So it's all documented on the public record. That's my understanding of how it works.
So potentially we should put some more copies in there.
It's not otherwise added to the comments later based on the ones on the side.
just do that this
Yes.
morning.
Yes.
That will have come through in the final.
Yes, yeah. The main thing is what you're getting to is that we've covered, particularly covered a response or comments on meeting submissions.
Chair, these minutes with all those sites will be included in the following meeting, the file and stuff, so all of that.
And then mesh together. I guess the only concern is where there's comments on it now, but for example, the Hay site, Alicia's comments refer to how the council can work with the other emerging Hay. But then straight after that, we get a bylaw, which is not having it there, but just work with that thing.
Yeah.
That's why yeah. Because you've discussed the recommendations and agreed or disagreed with the recommendations.
So that we accept your comment. We are accepting your comments as we go through. Yes, they were acceptable comment, but now some of them are irrelevant.
Yes.
So how do we point that out, or do you take those parts out?
No, I leave mine.
Leave them
A new comment reflects the discussion from today.
So through the chair, might well be that really different packages. You've got to see the original comments that you made. You've got to see the discussion that you today. And when it's finalised, wouldn't that be the minutes finalised so that you go through that, so that you see it before it's you know what I mean? Like you'd have.
So I could have another column and write more.
Yeah,
comments.
it would just be another column and say, bylaw, whatever reference clause that was relevant to that, and then you've got to. Because otherwise you'll be ending up writing 4 lots of comments, which is just ridiculous. Because basically it just needs to be, this is your vote.
James quite right, because what the legislative recommendation is versus what some of those points that we've changed, removed. But then we go back to those first points where you've got in there that we've banned or, yeah. Just to make sure it's all tidy up.
It's more that we're acknowledging comments, I think.
And I think that's probably implicit in the fact that you have we agree with the Alicia's comments and you consider we don't have anything other than that saying we should go. And I think it's just making sure that people can see. All you're trying to do is show that you're giving consideration to each one of them.
So I think that's right, is it considered these, but not necessarily accepted because they don't match up with some of the things that we've done. So you actually considered rather than accepted.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Yes, we considered.
Not even agreed.
Yes.
Rather than agreed to Alicia's points, we've considered. Sorry.
That makes sense.
Support staff comments? Or
I think it's considered. If we're supporting them,
yeah,
we're
right.
just even not having freedom of energy.
Yes, it considered scoping. Yeah. Okay. Can you go through them, match those up through the rest of it? That's all right.
Can you just make a point you just made around going back to submitters as practice? I think there's a conjecture about that.
It'll have to be written up to.
And that would be, and what would that include? Just the final bylaw decision? Or
No, well, it'll include the decision, but it'll include comments from staff themselves on that comment.
Individually?
Yeah. Right up to each.
Yes. Is that a legal requirement?
a lot of it's copy and paste.
A lot of it appears to be copy and paste, yeah.
Right, okay. Abby's.
She doesn't really go at point around those pack roads and access to nothing. which spots people might want to go for prohibition, yeah, supports those like to like they have been in the past.
So that, the road that she's referring to is 6 mile. The entrance point's probably well over 50 metres from the sea.
Yes.
Because it's, but I've never actually heard of that area being a problem in the past with Freedom Campus, mainly because the fishermen tell them to moose.
The way that
Like a green skin.
Yes, yes.
we looked at it up to a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but if the fishermen are the way the fishermen should be doing to their board. Go on. Geo, we can't just specifically pull out one street, one road, one area.
Big opportunity out.
It will go towards it, but it won't fully manage it, will it? It may assist. Waterways exclusion zone may assist. Sales. This is Tracy's. So Stephen. Oh, hang on. Go back up. Tracy. Oh, that's one.
Is there a written submission for the council?
No, it wasn't me. Where did it see it? All right, we haven't seen it. So from Stephen, we just thank him for his support. Because he says the proposed sites are acceptable and he supports council introducing the bylaw. Which is submission.
She's done.
Yeah.
Extensive.
Yes, go along.
Yeah, and research. That's within the submission. His passionate presentation acknowledges concern in protecting the environment in our region. Um, is what, regarding his initial presentation to council regarding, regarding his environmental impact concerns, environmental and regional impact concerns.
His comments regarding UNESCO.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
We're going to
Impact
take
concerns, yeah, that's better, yeah, impact concerns, yeah.
We're going to take some more advice on the UNESCO status. Is that actually something?
Probably should they just check that UNESCO status.
Yeah, to check, nothing else. And the band has the area.
We haven't, because I mean, it starts from Wanara River down to Haast, and people can go up any roadway and camp, so it's more so finding that, does that go against us as far as that status, or can it go against us for that status?
Yeah, docs for the house camping.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
The answer I've got when I asked the question was, there's a lot of gardens in removed areas, especially around Europe and America, although there are car parks and very different from New Zealand. Purpose into the use of sites and national parks are required, not necessarily for camping. So,
yeah,
I'm not sure. I didn't follow that up, as I wasn't really sure what was the next right question.
So they're basically
to ask.
saying that that's an appropriate mechanism for managing it, isn't it?
Yes,
That's- yeah.
exactly, it's very different here.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe it's just something that we need to, just not do, and particularly we don't know what sort of measures they've got in place for monitoring that with UNESCO. Yeah, I you can leave it in there. I think we'll just do some, see if we can find out some more discrete information on it. It's not one issue. No, but we don't want to walk into an issue with it either. Yep. So Louisa's. Yeah.
In that comment around cemeteries.
Yes. Cemetery comment for Louise. Acknowledgement. Yes. Oh, that's going to help me with responsible. Everybody else to see camping on the cemeteries, please go forward. Really responsible. I mean, we can't, and I think this is something that we're going to have to monitor very closely, as much as it's not permitted. We're going to have to make sure that they don't. I mean, I just find it just incredibly disrespectful. The fact that people are even wanting to camp in cemeteries. I mean, you know, if they've got somebody buried there, I can understand them sitting and talking at the graveside and going back to their camper van, but I don't think all the people that camp at cemeteries have got that connection, no. So it's one place I think we need to Perhaps a further discussion on the cemetery and how we follow through to ensure to protect.
That much, I don't think with voting probably think.
Oh, right. I know they certainly do because I hear about that a lot from people in Ross. And I think even in Colorado, some of them have got a neck roadway to the cemetery. Yes, yeah. I know at Kaingora that was a problem down by the Scots Place for a while too. Right, so yeah, I think we need to just look at that. Whose was next? We had Sharon's from Friends. Yep, acknowledge. Submission. Acknowledge the submission. Ellen's. Acknowledge the submission and then note back to the Friends structure. Yep, and then staff comments. Again, thank you for the submission. Oh, thank you. Thank you for submission and oh no, I need acknowledge the submission and Friends' comments. And Tracy. Sorry. But it's got a little just here. Just the plans. Tracy. As well. Actually, no, it doesn't. No. It just says notes of the vehicle should always choose a paid campsite. Just put submission noted, Alicia's comments considered. Submission noted.
Hello, John. Hello. 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 Aye.
John Cordell. Oh, John Cordell, sorry, yes. Eh? Josie's, we did it before, didn't we? So John's is standard. John's, that's John's, I was reading that. Josie's. Yeah, Sarah, standard brains. Zero was frames. Yep. Comment. You. False. Just thinking for submission. No, I think isn't he talking about box though? Yeah, but they have one in the box. They have a parking facility goes off to the police line. Not the bit before. No, not part of ours, but I presume that's what he's talking about. The heliport car park, he thinks to about friends. How many were we talking about friends? Really? Anyway, it's managed between Fox and Friends. Yep, so that's cool. Yep. He's not defining what Jerry's speaking policy. Practice address. Adrian's is thanking for a submission. And the rest of the rubbish. Friends is managed accordingly. Greg's. What Greg's done? Thank Greg for his submission. And his points raised regarding costs and impact. Presented submission raised regarding costs and impact, environmental impact or impacts. Yep. Yeah, it's well considered.
Current issues we have, and we're trying to manage the lowest common denominator, not it can be seen as a responsibility. Alicia, you also coming through others, pilot drivers, that's an exclusion.
Not great.
Yeah, why would I consider pilot drivers? Yeah, sorry. You did have it.
Nathan's from Fox. Noted, submission noted, and Fox managed accordingly. And Alicia's comments. Of course. Um, Good. So who's wrong? You know, he's expressed chemistry and Oh, right, okay. Trying to work out where you've been. Well, I mean, he's got that comment about shifting the problem onto other areas and continue to create the same problem, and that's the risk we've got no matter what we do, isn't it? You're always going to have somebody that wants to go park somewhere else. So just thank him for his submission, respect his comments, and hopefully we've gone somewhere to manage this accordingly with the closed sites. Yeah, and how challenging it is to manage the situation. That's the big thing we've got to get used to. I mean, he's got in there about the camper vans over 5.5 metres should not be allowed to use any angle parking in the area of Westland. I mean, that it is dangerous in the CBD, but that's something we've got to manage with the CBD parking, etc. going forward. It's not for this as such. Oh, yes, and then we have the Keenans. Let's just thank them for their submission. You just thank them for their submission and acknowledge how hard it is to manage this going forward. The fact that Franz Joseph has managed accordingly, same with Carrie's. Actually, you could thank them for speaking to, if you like. Just to have time to speak. Yep. Yes, and the same.
On my heart.
Yes. A long submission too. Acknowledge this. Josh, friends. Yep, just a friends result, yep. I think there's probably something we could manage in a wider summary going out. That this is not an easy topic because we've got the geographical challenge of Westland, and also it's not easy to manage and monitor it either, but also that we acknowledge some people have been abused one format or another over the years, and it's something that's not won't be tolerated. Yeah, that's what I mean, they put that under the
that whole wraparound stuff.
Yeah.
It's not intended
Yeah, and I think those are key points we'll touch on in there. Yep. Karen's, Bruce Bay, we have managed accordingly in the submission. Bruce Bay's being managed accordingly. Yes. Same friends. And acknowledge say and just acknowledge Alicia's comments on those. Hannah. Yeah. Hannah, same for friends. She's got an affiliation to the NZMCA. Someone on the line, Peggy Cosgrove. But we'll thank you for her submission and her advisements, and we have formulated our findings accordingly.
And then she had a new sheet to the New Zealand standards and such things she referenced in there. And we're confident that we don't have anything that's out of date.
Social advisements, so you want to get that covered in there, Alicia, that we've researched and
we'll follow the government's guidance on what to go and apply for.
yeah, you just your council's followed government, yeah, guidance, information of the bylaw.
Motorcycles as well.
How is it, Jane?
Read sites for cycles and motorcycles. Especially cyclists, we talk about stuff in the wrong place, they can go to the nearest campground, which is maybe 20k down the road or whatever. Good run distance on the bike. More monitoring of it.
Claire's, same friends. Arrangement. No, it's called friends the same, yep, it's just friends standard. The religious comments we go through. MCAs.
Issues that come up, especially regarding what was required with it. That's something that you're told time is
So he's in his reference to prohibiting freedom camping within 20 metres of a lake, seashore, beach frontage. He's saying that the bylaw does not define what constitutes a lake, seashore, or beach frontage, so maybe that's something we're going to have to
Cover that off by Jane Newton, what is it?
yeah, we're going to make sure we cover every component within that, yeah. Cool. So, but James, what do I need to find within the bylaw? For submission. Look forward to them assisting us in managing. Plug and cheek. Yeah. And then points noted. next? Oh, lucky. Yeah. Yeah, so Friends is generic, and then Moses comments on charging. We're going to consider going forward. And QCS, Friends. Logan's the same submission as time today. Yes. Yeah, just, well, I mean, Logan submitted, thank you for that. Yeah, submission's been to council, generic Friends comment. Yeah, always the same. Logan, it's not the same. And then we go down to this point. Right. Friends. So much for heavy services, so much used to be better. So, for that, submission, points noted, Fox and Friends, yep. And Bruce. Take the time to think, talk to us, submission.
The images.
It's well constructed submission. I think it's not. The photos taken with the cyclone hut.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right. Thank you for that. A submission this time, it's coming to speak to council, and for the, you just put into a submission, which noted.
Is it worth acknowledging the areas talking about as excluded?
Yeah.
Just waiting to that, I still don't think it's going to crystal clear from the ethics stuff, so it's actually acknowledging that the area in question is prohibited, given that this is applicable today.
But it's not there, is it? Oh, right on the beach, yes, it's managed within the decision we've made of waterways. It's reducing waterways, yeah. Exposure, thanks, Kenny. And then we have Mel's. Thank you for submission and coming to speak to us today. Considered and actioned accordingly.
encourage them to move forward with the gating of the area.
And the other thing is, she said it would depend on what we do as to whether she has to proceed with case. No parking there, Vicky can go down and move people on. Makes it easier to manage. If there's a restriction, then they, hey. Yeah. You don't, because you've got to manage it.
Yeah, if we were allowed to go to pre-traffic time, she wasn't for the gates. My take was the gates would be looked at to go forward to move them. Which helps managing.
So, citizen action accordingly, site, just repeat Melanie's one, put site banned, site removed, so that she will then know about the gates. Yeah, next, yeah, yeah, perfect, thank you. Anna's Okariko standard. Biddies, Ross. See.
You stop sharing your data files.
Yep.
I was not sure.
Yep. So that's the end of those. So we're going to put up front for our submission now. You're going to start children. Yeah, we've actually covered that nicely. Yeah.
That's what we said.
That's really covered well, isn't it? Only permitting non-self-contained vehicles to camp in areas where the appropriate facilities are located, which is what we're doing. So we actually meet with his requirements nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chalk and cheese.
Yeah, they are. They are. They are.
And do you still require further sites?
So that's good. Thank you for that. Thanks, Kate, for sharing that. But yeah, you're right, Tinker. Very much so. It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Good. You finish?
What's the way to
Yeah, you done well.
Oh, thank him for his submission and the points raised, which is in parallel to our decisions today. Well, they should be having that conversation with him before he gets the response to this one. Or do you want us to put in there that just to ensure that if it's not by time, that we note the desire to have some more conversations with him to ensure we've managed all sites, all significant areas. How do you want to put that?
How's it with him commencing at McCarthy as well?
Or McCarthy, but yeah, true. Yeah.
And then you get the time to come on.
Yeah, it's true. Submission points raised which is parallel to council's decisions made today. Note that a desire to have more conversations with EB to ensure that all areas of significance have been acknowledged. Yep. It's a lot easier to confirm with that one than the other ones. Yeah. All right, what's next? Oh. I think so. So we go back to be instructed to make necessary amendments to the draft description model as specified clarifications required council instructed to provide clarifications. So are there any points, are there any points left in those resolutions that we still need to have clarification on? Point 5 of those resolutions, Barb. Your recommendation on point 4 or 5, do you think that we're sign off to 4 allow for things to be done behind it, or should we go for option 5 to ensure we've got all those other conversations covered before we sign off?
I think because of the legal issues we've got,
There's right?
Yeah. And then we'll
okay.
But I'd be looking to look for the February date for the final.
Yeah. So you're saying option 5, that is a resolution?
Oh, I think that would be good to
Yep.
sign it off.
Yep. Okay. All right, so to conclude today's proceedings, being that we've covered what we've covered, the final resolution, there was 2 options. One was that the Chief Executive be instructed to make necessary amendments to the draft responsible freedom and the final of 2004. Or option 5, if specific clarifications are required, Council instruct the Chief Executive to provide the clarifications returning to Council in early 2025 for final approval. My recommendation is that we take option 5, supported by the Chief Executive.
Sorry, I wondered whether or not we could roll them together, which would mean that we would make necessary amendments to be done from today, which would actually, that would close that for you. That gives you the foundation document and the clarification expect made that we would work on, and bring those back, and then once you sign off, that's all done and dusted. If you don't want to relitigate this again, I'm sorry, I should have.
No, that's fine.
I think that we would agree there. We agree 4, and then you agree 5. That would make it time for you.
Ronnie, have you got a comment in there, mate? He was talking. He was. He's just here. All right. So, yes. Returning to council in 2025 with final approval. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Right. So the resolution is that the Chief Executive be instructed to make necessary amendments to the draft responsible for Camping Bylaw 2024, returning to council in early 2025 for final approval. Councillor Davidson, Councillor Beard, in favour?
Right.
Carried. Thank you. Did you get that? Yep. Right, there is the, just, yeah, that's staying sound. Thank you everybody very much for that. Actually, there's a point where the bylaw will be 2025, being that it's actually going to be signed off in 2025. So we need to make that as an amendment in the end. Freedom Camping Bylaw 2025, yes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yep, right. And with that, we'll declare this closed at 3:20. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Alicia, for all your work with that, and everybody for their time and.